how can I say that? Um, how thorough the exploration was in all of these elements and how it translates into the game, in the gameplay, in the world building, in the art direction, in the technology, the sound uh, department also. It's really a whole that is very harmonious. Like there is a lot of harmony with all those components, but at the same time, just listing the elements on paper, I'm not sure you would exactly get what the. It's cuisine basically. It's not. You see what I mean? It's cuisine. You
Yeah,
have all those ingredients,
it's a
and they
stew,
exactly.
a chili,
It's canned
a
eels.
cassoulet.
But yeah, it basically congregates in something that is very unique. I think better than the sum of its part is something every game
Yeah,
developer is striving for. But I think that's a good element. So to me, what makes it truly arcane is it is true to the lineage again of the company. It is also doing a lot of new things and daring things, especially at the time. And at the same time, it has a very strong identity. I think if you talk about the art direction, for instance, as a big component of Arcane games, I think this is the game where, because if you look at Arcs and the Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, you can already see the game design pillars, you can already see the technology, you can already see a lot of elements, but the art direction really took its wings at Arcane with this project. It's really ours. You
yeah,
cannot see a screenshot of Dishonored, not know that it's Dishonored.
Yep.
that's a good point.
It's a number of things.
Yeah, if I were to cite just one of the ingredients of the stew that Dinga is talking about, just as a by way of example, and this is harkening back to the sort of like two pillars that I was talking about before, like giving the player a bunch of the ability to be expressive in the game. On the design side, one of the things that we do is we don't reward. We have this sort of principles that we don't reward the player for how they did something, just that they did something, right? So like we don't give out loot or experience points or story bits or whatever because, you know, just to use a silly example, like we tell you like there's a guy in a room that you need to assassinate, but we don't care how you get into the room. We don't reward you for picking the lock versus going in through the roof versus climbing through the window versus going in through the sewer tunnels beneath. Any of those things are valid, or you know, or blowing up the wall, or whatever the case may be in a particular game. Instead, we just tell you what the goal is, and then we give you a bunch of really cool tools to play with that are relevant to that goal, and then we just turn you loose into the world and say go for it. And we reward you for accomplishing the goal, but not for how you did it. How you did it is totally on up to you. And hopefully we've done a good job of teaching you how to use all our, you know, fun gameplay tools and stuff like that. But that would be a distinctive, I think, in our approach to game design. And I think that's super evident in Dishonored, right? We give the player like, here's blink, here's, you know, possession, here's stealth, here's a whole bucket full of really fun tools to play with, and then we just say, and here's your goal, you need to get to this location, you need to assassinate this target, you need to capture this thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've really hit the nail on the head in kind of identifying that, you know, an Arcane game is a number of components, but those components have really been pushed to you know the greatest extent possible. But what does an idea have to have in order for you to say yes, let's make that? How do you differentiate between something you intuitively know is and isn't Arcane, as it were?
Briefly, I would say, you know, I would just mention two things right off the bat. One is, of course, it has to be something that feels like it's appropriate for whatever the setting is that we're working in. And it has to be dramatic, and it has to feel like this fits inside of the Prey universe, or this fits inside of the Dishonored universe. Although there is a lot of leeway for shaping almost any kind of idea to make it fit, right? But the second thing, and it's probably more important, and this is the thing where the stew comes into play and it takes a while for it to cook, is that it has to have a lot of meaningful connections to a bunch of the other game mechanics in the game, right? So take something like the mimic ability in Prey. That has a lot of meaningful connections to a bunch of other things in the world. It's meaningfully connected to the fiction, of course, but it's the ability. It gives the player the ability to transform into physics objects. Well, in order for that to be cool, there has to be a shitload of physics objects all over the game, right? It's also an ability that the creatures have, so they can do the same thing you can do. Actually, they can do it first because you learn it from them. It's connected to, you can combo it with all kinds of other powers that you already or could potentially possess as well, right? You could turn into a physics object and launch yourself through the air with the blast ability. So all of our game mechanics sort of go through this filter, this iteration process where we come up with a power or a tool or a weapon or whatever the case may be, and then we begin. Of course, we already have in mind a lot of ideas anyways, but at the iteration process we begin to discover all the meaningful connections it can have to other systems in the game so that it has lots of depth, right? That's what I would say anyways.
Exactly. I think that's the core thing, and it's the same for a concept art or a piece of concept art, for a prop or a narrative idea, a background narrative idea for a character or something like that. Overall, I think the live or die is, does it fit with what we are doing? Does it fit with the ecosystem of the game? If it's a narrative idea, does it make my gameplay more meaningful? Does it actually might influence my take on the events that might make me change my playstyle just because I learned this optional bit of lore about this character? Now I don't want them dead, and I want to find a way to get rid of them without killing them, etc., etc. So I think it's the important part. The easier ideas to cut are the ones that have the less that are less interlinked with the rest. It's here, it's nice, it's nice little thing, but would we miss it? Not necessarily. Does it make the rest more interesting? Not necessarily. So those ones are easy to cut if we have to make a choice. Some of them still live in the game, but overall, I think it's the fitting in this ecosystem is on a number of different ways, on a number of different levels. And then I think there is a few there is a few things that are just I guess sometimes company culture, based on what we did and a number of things. And sometimes when you propose something that is, like, for instance, Ricardo will probably laugh, but if I was to propose an animation where if you land, when dropping from high, you would land with your fist first toward the ground, I guess you would have
3-point hero stance.
Yeah, you would need to make a very, very good case about it. Not because, but because it was discussed at some point, and we more or less took a very arbitrary stance at the time. It doesn't mean we won't rediscuss it if it's relevant, but sometimes we have some of those, like, ladders and
ladders. That's a really good example, actually. Ladders. It's like some of it's just like it's just company culture. It's what we.
But it's funny. So there is a little bit of you sometimes you throw an idea like that, that it will be almost heresy, but sometimes it does pick up, and it means that we're ready to move on that rule. So it's interesting.
Sure. I mean, well, now would probably be a good moment to kind of talk about those babies and the Dishonored we didn't see, I guess. I mean, what did the first version of that idea look like when you first started working on Dishonored? Was it comparatively similar to the finished game, or was there a time when it was going in a completely different direction?
That's a good question. And you're making me try to think back to like 7, 8, 9 years ago now. There's lots of cobwebs in there, man. I mean, there was definitely a lot of iteration around the player abilities. Just to give one example, because I mean, lots of things changed, like the fiction, the setting and stuff, of course, went through iterations as well. But I think one of the signature abilities of Dishonored, one of the things that's when you think of Dishonored, you think of the blink ability.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the backbone of the game experience. It's the power that we give you for free at the beginning of the game, and then everything else after that is up to you. But everyone has blink basically, and so that went through probably like a dozen different incarnations before we landed on the sort of like targeted instant teleport. And even once we knew the kind of power it was going to be, even just like the amount of work it took into making it reliable and smooth for the player, so that like little tweaky things, like if you targeted the edge of a ledge, that it would auto mantle the player up onto the ledge,
Mm-hmm.
like things like that, just to make the experience smooth for the player. But we had early versions where it was like, you target, it was way more constrained. Like you target an AI and it puts you behind him, so that it sets you up for a backstab, right? But that didn't pass that filter that I was talking about earlier, because the scope of what you can use that ability for suddenly is way more narrow, right? Mm-hmm. It's way more like custom and bespoke, instead of like open-ended and letting the players like be. It doesn't allow as much expression on the part of the player. To target an AI and put you behind them. I think there was another version that was like, instead of like a teleport through the air, it was like you rush forward, like a lightning bolt really fast, down the street or across the rooftop or whatever. But ultimately, of course, it settled in this like long range, targeted teleport that's way more atomic and lets players be more creative.
Yeah, it's funny it's funny about Blink. One thing, a small detail, is the fact that that's one of the of the gameplay systems that did that did get care from both studios.
Mm-hmm.
It was started in Austin and then it was finalized in Lyon. So you have every love of everyone poured on on that one. You could really tell. Yeah. It's funny. There is a few systems like that have been like moving around owners for various reasons, and you can really tell, because they've been, how can I say that? Everyone tried to poke holes in them. That's why they are so robust in the end. It's funny, but I think it's about the Dishonored we didn't see. You briefly alluded to that, but I think acknowledging the range of how different the setting could have been is interesting for the record, because it did, it ends up with this, but it was, I won't give any specifics, but I think we already said things like at some point it was themed around ninjas. At some point it was themed in the real world. At some point it was in the real world, more or less. It
was like London during the time of the plague or something like that. Like the actual Black Plague.
Wow.
Yeah. So there was like a number of changes, and it's funny because I remember when I joined, which was at the end of the pre-production. So you would imagine a lot of things have been settled already, but actually, the role of the outsider was being completely changed.
Oh yeah.
He was originally like more like a Mephisto kind of figure who would
like a Faustian bargain kind of thing, like do this wicked thing and I'll give you a power in exchange.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep. So it's and again I think it's a testament to how much the team really strived to make the formula work, etc. That we went through all those things, but at no point did we feel, at no point did it feel like going in every direction. It was always following a thread that made sense and evolved, and sometimes we changed our minds, because in French we have a saying that only the fools never change their minds. So at some point we did change our minds along the way, but it did evolve a lot, and both as an artifact, like the whole thing, when you think about it, and at every level.
Hearing you say that, Dinga, brings to mind how challenging it is to develop a new IP. new IP is like the hardest thing to do in the world, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We are in the middle of, we not that not that we announced ours a while back, but yeah, it's definitely trying because at the same time it's interesting for me because I was Dishonored 2 is the first sequel that Arcane did,
Mm-hmm.
uh, as a project. So having consequent, in sequence worked on Dishonored, then Dishonored 2, a sequel where, again, you're going to challenge yourselves, as I mentioned, you're going to, revisit a lot of choices, you're going to try to innovate, you're going to do all those things, but at the same time, that ecosystem I just mentioned, that will be, Darwinizing ideas so that the only the ones that are fit for this ecosystem will survive. That ecosystem existed, so you changed
Yeah.
it, you moved it somewhere else, but at least it
Give
when
a
you're working
foundation.
on something new, wow, like you have to establish that ecosystem and at the same time see if things
Yep.
Yeah.
are fit for it. So
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
it's really fascinating though to hear you talk about kind of things like Blink, for example, kind of pinging back and forth between the two teams, and the both of you being able to recognize as people who worked in one office or the other, sort of which bits came from which. Because I think from a consumer perspective, like you said, a Dishonored screenshot when you see it. I feel like Arcane games, they have a very strong sense of purpose and design. Everything is just so. How, with that in mind, how on earth do you get two studios in different time zones separated by an enormous body of water to go about pulling in the same direction?
Well, it's not easy.
yeah.
I think a number of things help. One is that Raph and Harvey, who were co-creative directors on the project, they traveled a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They spent a lot of time on both sides of the ocean. They were situated in Austin, but they went to Lyon quite a bit, and other members of the team did the same thing. They would come, members of the French team would come to Austin and stay with us for weeks at a time. Some of us from the Austin side, we went and stayed in France quite a bit. I went there for like 9 months, and just embedded with the design team there. And of course, we had those portals that I talked about open between us constantly. Mm-hmm. But because of the time separation, it meant that we had a very small window of time where we were overlapping within the same office space, just a handful of hours. And it probably also helped that like the Austin team was smaller, so it wasn't like two separate armies trying to pull in different directions. The bulk of the team was in Lyon. In Austin, we had a handful of programmers, half of the level design team, I think maybe a handful of artists, but like the bulk of the art team, half of the design team, the bulk of the engineering team was in Lyon. So I think that probably helped too. I don't know, what else would you add, Dinga?
Well, I think that we did have some, as you say, I think it's important that we had some things that were where the ownership was shared, where people from both teams were working on the same feature or on the same level. So it made things much easier because again, the goal is common. For instance, we made the scrums over the VidConf. So we had this little meeting every morning where you would have, for instance, the programmers and the designer in Austin, but the animator and the sound designer would be in Lyon, and everyone would update. Okay, I did this, I'm doing that, etc., etc. Oh, I think I've seen a bug about this. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll be careful, blah blah, and then everyone goes back to what they are doing. So actually, in a way, we tried to, I think it's those areas of the game where there was a common effort from both teams and people from both teams that radiated on the rest, so that everyone felt it's one team. So of course every now and then, for instance, it would be easier to solve a problem on one side than the other because the people who who implemented it first, for instance, are there at that time, etc. So there was a number of things, but yeah, I think it's the small things, and then I think you mentioned them, but kudos also to Raf and Harvey for the direction. There was like a strong creative direction and vision for that project. It helps the rest of the team to to go in the same direction.
Yeah, and that's that we're citing all the things that made it work, but that's in spite of the fact that it was difficult. It's not like it was easy to pull that off. It was very challenging, but we were able to do it because of the things that Dinga and I are talking about. One fun bit that I always recall is that it felt a little bit of like the fable of the shoemaker and the elves, where like you would go to sleep, and when you got to work, you would know that like the other side of the team had been working for like 8 hours or so before you got into the office. So it was always cool to come into the office and go, what's new in the engine today? Like what got checked in, because people were working while I was sleeping or coming to work or whatever. So it was always fun to discover new stuff. It was kind of a little bit of a magical feeling. I'm not sure if it was the same way on the Leon side, but there was always, because of the offset, like it was almost like somebody was continuously working on the game.
But obviously, even though you're pulling together in terms of your scrums and people working effectively around the clock on the game, just down to the fact that these offices are on different continents, there must have been kind of some different culture there. What were the visits to the other side like for each of you? What struck you most about the other office?
First, I should disclose one thing. I think I'm the person who has one of the people who has been the longest at arcade, but never been to the other side. Yeah, I'm the exception. There was yeah, I know. And each time I say
Can
that,
that be
someone's
true?
like, really?
Wow, that's so weird that you say that, because I think because I always see you during the winter holiday like meetings at Bethesda, I just assumed that you've been to the Austin office. That's so crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, I know.
That's bullshit. You gotta fix that.
But the funny part about that is that for me, the Austin office is like this weird dream space that exists only in a
box.
And apparently there
oh my God.
People there walking, but no, I mean, but more seriously, I think to me, like, even if if I wasn't there physically, I was one of the people who interacted the most with people on the other side of the pond, as I was like half of the system design team. Seth was in Austin and I was in Lyon. Yeah, there was 2 systems designers on this game. I know it sounds crazy, but
that's mind blowing.
Yeah, I know. But so because of that, I was working with programmers in Austin. The UI for the features that were done in Austin, I was working with the UI artist here. So there was, and of course, Raf and Harvey leading the design team. I had like interactions with them every day. So it's funny. I think you see some of those cultural things, but it's more on the, sometimes on the way we communicate, obviously, the way we approach. But to be fair, I'm not sure it's a Lyon-Austin thing. It's really a cultural thing, because when you see Raf and Harvey, for instance, even if they were both in Austin, you were going to a review with both of them, you would have a completely different way to talk about your feature that is not working, depending on which one would be there. Like the French guy would, of course, be extremely blunt and make a joke about it, whereas the American person would be very polite but very precise in what they want, etc. So, you could see that on those levels of communication, of course. But then there was things like, artistic references or movies that everyone has seen on one side but not the other side. It's like, what? That very niche thing is in the US, that American movie that no one knows in France is like what you watch every Christmas, really. So there was some funny moments like that.
Hey Dinga, in the new office, with the size of the studio over there now, do you guys still do the thing where like when you get to work, you shake everybody's hand?
It's not. But, well, first of all, COVID-19 happened.
Oh yeah, okay.
So so I think that's the end of it. It will
Okay.
never happen again.
So a little like amusing quirk for me when I went to live in France in Lyon, the French studio, they did this thing where like whenever you got to work in the morning, you basically would go around and say hello to every other person that was already there, and it was just like a little handshake or whatever, right? And everybody, as far as I know, did this. And so when I first got there, I was like, oh, like I guess I need to do this too, which was simultaneously like very cool, like oh, that's a cool way to like just kind of team bonding thing or whatever. On the other hand, as an introvert person, I wanted to get to the office as fast as possible so that I could be one of the first people there, so that I had to do that to the least amount of people. Yeah.
Sorry. No, it's funny because just before Arcane, I was in the Netherlands, which is one of those places where you don't shake everyone's hand or kiss everyone. So definitely, actually, coming back to Arcane was I had to adapt to that. Because,
the same way.
I'm in your clan for that, man.
Yeah, I think I would be doing the exact same thing. I'm terrible at greeting people, so I feel you on that one, Ricardo. Now, obviously, talking about immersive sims more broadly, with Dishonored 2 and with Prey, I think certainly with Dishonored 2, it really felt like the world was being opened up, and with levels like the Clockwork Mansion, for example, it became so much more aware of how much there was to explore in the world, but also how much stuff might be hidden. Meaning, of course, there's a lot of content in these games that people just might straight up miss. Does it feel strange to be working on games in the knowledge that in a standard playthrough a player might miss like whole swathes?
Well, I think I think it depends because I think we approach it with this angle. Isn't it magic when your friend who played the same game tells you about something you had no possible idea that it exists? I think it's the I think the interestingly, even though they are single player games historically, I think there is always this water cooler moment of what you did that is strong, that is part of the experience for us in liking those games when we were younger and when we discovered them. This is the game where you tell your friends about what happens if you combine this with that. Even at the time where, for instance, for me, I was not at all as connected to the internet when I played, there was no internet when I played Underworld, I think. But even when I played, Deus Ex, etc., I was barely reading game facts and things like that. So it was me telling my friends about this crazy game where you can do all those things. There is something a bit magic, a mystique to that, to the fact that you might miss something, but then you might either get told about it by a friend, or you might want to say, I'm going to play again and experience that other side of the world or of the story. So, I think it's not wasted because the simple fact that it exists, that that if you're making a choice, you will deliberately, miss something in a sense. It makes that choice more meaningful, and it's. I think it's part of the exploration of choice, really. As you said, Ricardo, we give a lot of agency to the players in those games, but if the choices were not meaningful and there was not a payoff to making those choices, it would be just expressive, not there would not be. So I like to think of it as the contrary. It's a generous offer to the people who make the other choice, rather than something I miss if I made this choice. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, you have to know what makes it feel magical is knowing that things could have been otherwise, right? That's what makes the thing that you do meaningful. And yeah, I will say, you know, all that being said, we still, of course, because we, you know, have to ship a game and we have to make money so that we can keep making more games. We, of course, do consider like how much effort we're putting into all those alternate choices. You know what I mean? If it's like, hey, this many people are going to see the thing that you're doing, but you're spending, you know, this much money, this much time, this much effort to do it. We try to avoid that, of course. We want the, you know, the stuff that we put the most work into that have the most impact. We want to make sure that players at least know about it, right? We want to hide that away. But yeah, you have to feel like I'm in, or at least my favorite kind of game, and what we shoot for with our experiences is like, even though I know it's not literally true, the game makes me believe that anything is possible.
Right.
Yeah. If you get, I think if you get that illusion as much as possible, you know, we have this motto of saying yes to the player, but the thing is that it's followed with tiny lines that
little asterisk.
Yeah, little asterisk that says if it's fun, if it doesn't break the game, and if it works within the scope of the game. And the goal.
It doesn't break the budget.
Exactly. And I think the important part with that is that what about when we can't? Well, ideally, the elegant thing is not saying no. The elegant thing is removing this question.
Unasking, yeah, exactly.
Making sure that the player doesn't have this pool to go in to this access if it's not an access. Try to make it that it's less attractive if you cannot just make it available.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. We also try really hard to uninvite, you know, interactions that we can't actually support.
Sure.
You know, we try to make our game not disappoint the player. Like, it seemed like this was possible, but it's not, you know.
Yeah. I mean, how was that then, sort of working on the environments and sort of building Prey from the ground up? Because obviously Prey is very different to an entire city. It's a functional facility that has, you know, sort of, you know, all these mapped out areas, whereas Dunmore, you kind of get the sense that it grew up like a European city with bits getting knocked down and rebuilt and all this kind of stuff. Did you have to change your approach in many ways when you started working on Prey?
Not necessarily. Not in terms of like our values, our design values, or our principles. Because we you know, Arcane historically had already made a game like that in Arx Fatalis. And in terms of just like world building, the same principles that applied to Dishonored applied to Prey. Now, mechanically, they were a little bit different in the sense that, like, in Dishonored, when you leave a space, you typically leave it for good and you're never going to go back there. Whereas in Prey, the whole game is persistent and you can always go back to any space, basically. But other than that, the same, like, care to the history of the place, the same attention to how each space connected to the other one, even thinking through how functionally the spaces contributed to, you know, what makes up the space station. All of that is the same approach that we took in Dishonored.
Sure.
You know, if I may, there is an example of the ways, you know, it's funny because when I joined the company, I remember there was one test map, like it was just a map that was, I think it was a proposal for changing one of the existing maps. Like it's a far memory, so I don't remember exactly which one. But I remember that meeting because when, you know, so there was like a nice drop in the beginning. So there was a little bit of verticality. You could see the area, etc., etc. And then, so people were reviewing. I was just here taking notes. I don't remember why exactly. And then someone said, "Wait a minute. How do the people who live here go to work then? If you have to drop." You know, it sounds.
They have to do a 20-foot drop.
Exactly. exactly. So I loved it because when they said it, I was like, because now I'm starting to think about all these games that in the past or movies or whatever, where you have like a space that it's, when you think about it, if you're an architect, you're probably looking at this like that's a Lego piece, not a. I think it was very eye opening for me. So I think when I played it was that times the entire world, because there is no space left to the imagination. Maybe that's where they go to work. Like, you need to know where they go to have fun, where they go to make a jog, etc., etc.
Where they sleep, where do they eat? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like in the opening of Prey, which is just a stone cold banger, by the way, when kind of the curtain drops away and you realize, oh, I was in a gimbaled helicopter that was just pretending to fly me across the city. It's kind of, it makes you aware of space, I think, in no pun intended, in a very kind of real way, which I think is really cool. But so obviously, I know that you can't really talk too much about Deathloop, which is why I've kind of saved it for the end. I'm not gonna, we're not gonna, this isn't gonna start being like an intense grilling, but with the caveat that just tell me as much as you're able. In what ways does this feel like an Arcane game to you? Kind of what elements of the game are you most excited for people to see in reference to kind of the studio's history and the way you do things?
So I think that's interesting. I think one of the specificities of this game is that in its inception, when we started with this idea, it was clearly about an exploration of how much can we twist the formula, how far can we go, how crazy can we go, while keeping it was definitely starting from the premise of how crazy, so we came with a lot of crazy ideas. It was definitely a more we just made a sequel with Dishonored, and then we made a sequel to that sequel with Death of the Outsider. So we wanted to do something that maybe experiment a little bit, challenge ourselves with different things. And very quickly in those discussions and experimentations, well, one of the things that was core is actually not in the game anymore, which is fun. It's fun. It's exactly what I was saying before. Like sometimes one of the foundations of this project is like cast to the bin. Something else just grew to be stronger. So, but anyhow, I think the one thing that glued quickly was the time loop element, as Groundhog Day, explore a more intimate space, maybe akin to what's in Prey, compared to the expensive cities of Dishonored, like center on a cast of character that is a bit reduced, something more intimate, maybe more John Carpenter movies, like it's about this place, those people, this moment in time, not caring about what's happening elsewhere in the world, etc., etc. Very bit more focused. So that was one goal, and then your relationship with space, and we ended up with the time loop as a way to reinforce and entertain an affinity with the space that our players actually get when they replay our games many times. That moment where we know the maps by heart and we are able to do all these crazy combos, like you've seen Stealth Gamer BR's videos. Like, he takes 1 month, even more sometimes, to make a video. That's how intricate it is to know the maps by heart to do those combinations. So we were like, okay, what if we find a way to make those space, make the players feel like they are at home in those spaces, not just traversing them like we did in Dishonored. So in the end, we came with this time loop, like one day, one place, one problem, one solution, a lot of different ways to go about how to find the solution to that puzzle. So anyhow, so based on that, I think the two things I'm the most excited about definitely is obviously, because it's some of the two of the pillars of the game that we talked about. It's the time loop itself and what we are doing with that. I will use a term that Dan Todd, our campaign designer, might resent me for throwing myself, but it's the Clockwork campaign. We call the campaign the Clockwork campaign. Make your let your imagination wander with that. But so there's that. I think it will be interesting. And the other thing is, of course, the Juliana element, like the other player. I think it's something that is definitely new. It's something that is optional. We say it so, like you can deactivate that if you want. But I really hope people will try it, because it is one way of, when thinking of multiplayer, how can we make something that respects, our fiction, that makes sense in the diegetic sense, so that whatever that player will do in my game can still feel like it's the story of the game. They are not betraying the character and still be allowed to play however they want. Mm-hmm. So I think that was one of the tough nuts to crack about how we ended up with this way of doing multiplayer. And I think I like it because it's intimate, to the point where it's almost disturbing. It's 1 versus 1. It's something like chess, like mm-hmm. Street Fighter. It's not you're not one person in the. It's really kind of an intimate relationship, which is again coherent with what's happening in the fiction, and reinforces it. But also, we set up to do this mode where there is like it's a bit like Ricardo was saying. There is a bit of yes, of course, both players want to go through the other one. Yes, so there is this element of competition. Yet, actually, as for Juliana, for instance, her play style, there is nothing forcing you to do that. Should you want to just like lurk and follow the players and stalk them and jump scare them every now and then stop until the end of their mission, you can do that. If you want to harass and flee and attack and flee tactic, you can. If you want to just go full confrontation, you can. If you want to lay traps, never be seen, be the mastermind of the NPCs more or less, you can. If you want to help them, that's your choice. I mean, there is nothing in the game preventing you to, so and I think it's interesting because it works with the fiction. The fact that this nemesis is as free and as unpredictable is something that is coherent. So yeah, I'm definitely excited. It's to the point where we are now, we are now finishing the game, etc. And now what we really want is seeing what players will do with it. Like how it's fun because we will not only be seeing videos of people playing the game, which is a high note of the streaming age, I have to say, that when we release a game, we can see people finishing it the same day. But we will also be seeing those interactions, those stories being created. Hey, I'm like, for instance, if you take something like Bloodborne, I actually had a nice, actually even worse, Absolver. In Absolver, so I don't know if you know that game. It's this multiplayer brawler when you can meet with random people and you can like, team with them, or you can challenge them, etc. So I was playing Absolver, and I grouped with someone who helped me, and we were like going through the mission together. And at some point, for almost no reason, they started betraying me, which was nice because my girlfriend at the time was next to me, and she saw the whole thing, and it was like a TV show for her. What did you do? Really? Like, and she's not even caring about the game, but because I'm starting to react to the emergent betrayal, she's like, what? But look at him. He's taunting you. Like, come on, do something. It was really, really fun. So, and that story will last, longer than the game, and will be treasured because it's my story, but it's the intersection of the game and someone else. And I think it's that we are trying to foster with this, Colt and Juliana multiplayer.
Fantastic. Well, unfortunately, I think that's all we have time for. But I want to thank you both so much. This has been really fascinating and really illuminating. So yeah, thank you again for taking the time out.
Pleasure.
Yeah, this was a great talk. Thanks for hosting this and giving me a chance to hang out with Dinga for a little while.
Exactly, it's nice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the permanent portal on a trolley isn't really feasible in your own homes, so there it is. But yeah,
All
well,
right, guys.
yeah, thanks again so much, and thanks to everyone watching at home. Yeah, that'll about do it, I think. See ya.
Bye bye. Take care.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Hello and welcome to another wonderful presentation brought to you by EGX Digital, part of a 9-day, 24-hour-a-day game extravaganza as PAX Online and EGX Digital. Go to paxegx.com to see more wonderful things. I am Alice Bell. I'm here to talk to you today from rockpapershotgun.com, the best PC gaming website in the known universe. And what better way to promote PC games and PC gaming than with a favorite of PC gamers, which is City Builders. And I'm very excited to be joined today from Polymorph Games by Philippe Dion, the CEO and creative director, and Andy Ashton, the wonderful community manager, to talk about Foundation, which is a city builder I am tremendously excited about. It's been in early access for about a year, and we're going to see a bit of it in action now, talk a bit about it, and learn about some of the updates coming up. So, Phil, could you give us maybe a bit of a kind of elevator pitch on what Foundation is?
All right. Hi, everyone. Yes, Foundation is it's a fantastic medieval city builder on PC that is putting emphasis on the organic shapes and looks of medieval cities. So basically, there's no grid in Foundation, so it's entirely organic, and the goal is to recreate like credible medieval cities that you could possibly imagine.
It's super fun. I love it. I've been writing about it for a while on RPS. So I guess the first thing to ask is why you decided to wanted to make a city builder. Is it just a genre that you love?
Yes, I've been playing city builders since I'm a kid. So I started with SimCity, the first one, and I never stopped playing all the city builders out there. So I really like SimCity, all the impression games like Pharaoh, Caesar, and Zeus, Master of Olympus. Mm-hmm. So those games were incredible. I also play a lot of the old Settlers 1 and 2, and especially the third one that I really loved. And of course, the Anno series that was one of my best city builder. Like probably Dawn of Discovery was my favorite one, which is in Europe. I think it's Anno 1404. If I'm right.
I did wonder if Settlers was an inspiration, because I do get quite a strong Settlers vibe from Foundation.
Yeah, exactly. Settlers. The one I played most was the first one and the third one, but the first one was about making like seeing all those settlers delivering goods and materials to build your city. So and I was always like trying to make the more dense town center I could. So I really love doing that.
But a lot of those games that you mentioned they have grids, so why did you decide to go gridless? That's quite a kind of a bold decision.
Yes. Well, it's kind of something I always wanted to do, because like my hometown, I try to reproduce it in SimCity, for instance. But in my hometown, there's a lot of winding roads, and it was like impossible to. And I was very frustrated with that. And medieval cities were not built on grids too, like modern urbanization. So when I was saying games like Anno, Banish, for instance, they are built on grids, I thought it was missing the medieval look of organic layout. So that's how we decided, Leo and I. Leo is my associate. He's the technical director. So we are building our own engine. So we knew that we could develop the technology to do that. So that was one element that was added to our decision to make a gridless city builder.
It's very, it's quite European, isn't it, that sort of style? Because in America, all their cities are straight lines and blocks. And
my hometown is an exception, because we are in Canada, in Quebec. And in my hometown, they built like this huge industrial complex. So they had to develop the whole city at once. And the founder of the city wanted to make a layout of street that will spell his name. So it's maybe the exception in America, but because it's all like grids, streets.
Well, now might be a good time to throw to Ash, who's been working very hard. He's been building a nice little hamlet to have a look at. Hi, Ash. How are you getting on?
Oh, yeah, good. We just started building it up. Actually, it's a perfect time. I've just got my first promotion, which is what I've been just trying to run towards, because I kind of wanted to sort of show a little bit about the promotion sort of side of things as well. Yeah, we've got a couple of production chains running already with just to meet the villagers' basic needs.
Should we have a little look around? What have you named your hamlet? Has it got a...
I haven't. No, that comes later. I've got to, you've got to get the idea of what it's going to be called. It's not going to get named right at the start. We'll figure it out. But usually Ashington or something like that is what it'll be called. Most likely.
Yeah, I go. Yeah, Aliceburg, Albania.
Yeah.
So when you start building a town, Ash, do you kind of have a set strategy, or do you change it up a bit every time? Do you like being a bit more organic with it?
I mean, the game is organic, so I try to vary it up. But the thing is, with most city builders, right at the start of the game, you're kind of limited to the resources that are on the map. So there's always going to be a slightly narrowed route right at the start, but each map has so many different tiles that you can start on that there isn't really a strategy. You've got to think about efficiencies. It's not like any normal city builder where, one of this building equals two of that building in production chains. It's all based on work times and things like that. So the further a villager lives away from their workplace, the less efficient they're going to be. So you do have to think about these things. You're setting it up, starting up like the foundation, pun intended, for your actual city and your village as it grows. So yeah, you're always thinking just like, where am I going to fit everything? Where are the resources? Where am I going to move to? Because something we've added recently, for instance, is these deposits here. And to start with, you don't know what they are. And they're random on the map when the map starts, so you don't know what's going to be in those. So you've got to think like, am I going to start to go, move towards these and expand towards these new deposits to find out what they are as quick as possible? So yeah, there's loads of different strategies, and myself, that's just how I'm feeling on the day, where I'm going to go. So, and it is so organic. It's easy to do anything you want, pretty much.
We can see the town centre, which is always the starting point there.
Yes, a little village centre just here.
It's been there for a while in the game, in this one.
The
unlimited supply amount of crates.
Yeah.
They never disappear. Even if they're empty, they just stay there.
One of the things I really like is you mentioned distances from work and stuff. I really like the way paths and roads form based on where your villagers need to go.
It's a very, very important feature for us to have those dynamic path tracing. It's still something that we plan to tweak, but it was a big part of the game.
Were there any kind of problems in implementing that? Was it a difficult system to get working kind of properly?
Oh yes, Leo could talk to you about this, because the one thing about this is how can you recreate a credible path, credible roads. So you need to think like someone walking. So will he go up the slope, or will he walk around because the slope is too steep? So it's something that is hard to reproduce by code, but we did some experimentation, and we're kind of at a point where we're pretty satisfied with it, but we might tweak it a little bit later on, of course.
Yeah, no, it's just little things like that I really love. And And Ash, you mentioned the promotion as well, which is a really interesting feature that got added in, I think it was not the last update, but the one before.
Yeah, that's right. There were promotions in the game way back, but it all happened automatically. You didn't really think about it. You just met the villagers' needs. The villagers upgraded to the higher statuses, and the houses updated too. But it was all that completely hands off. But we want to give the player more interaction and let them choose when they want to promote the players. The villagers, not the players. So yeah, we added it in recently to give a bit more of an option on how you want to grow your village. You might, for instance, want to try and get all stone houses and go for an all commoner village, because as they upgrade, so they'll start off as newcomers, they won't need a house, but they'll need food and water. Then they upgrade to the commoner level, and they'll then need a house, and they'll need to meet their service needs as well, fulfill the service needs, which is a church. So as they progress through the levels, they'll start to have more needs. And similarly, as they go up to a commoner level, their house will upgrade to a stone house. And if you want certain areas to be stone houses, so you want the main village centre, you can try and get all your commoners in that village or city centre as it grows. So, the idea really was to give more control to the player, and let them choose more of how those kind of things are going to work.
And it's something that was thought as something that will evolve in the future, because now in Foundation, we're putting all the small puzzle pieces, developing all those systems, and in the future update, we will add we plan to add a lot of strategies. So and the player will have total control on how he wants to develop his cities. For example, if we want to add a challenge to keep your city with surf only and doing a small low density village, then he will need to use strategy not to upgrade his villager too high. But there will be consequences to that as well. So it's always a matter of pros and cons of your choices.
PC gamers love giving themselves weird challenges like that, so I'm sure that will be well received. But that I found with that update, it really changed the pace of the game for me in a good way. It kind of made me think a lot more about the housing and where I was going to put housing and the kind of whole makeup of my town. But you can see in Ash's town, people are starting to sort of build their houses. They've because that all happens organically as well, doesn't it? You designate an area for housing, and then they just kind of fit themselves in around that.
That's right. Yeah, that was one of the real organic features that Phil and Leo decided on right at the start. That the housing wouldn't be placed by the player. The housing is still work in progress. We've still got more to do for the housing. There'll be, Phil could probably explain it a little bit better than I could with the housing, but as you can probably see in the game at the moment, I've just upgraded or promoted a load of villagers. So now there's about 20 odd houses all waiting to be built right now. But we've got the nice straw houses here later on. Like I said before, they'll upgrade to the stone houses. But yeah, it's all.
And one funny fact with this is that the housing is automated by the villagers, but the first thing we tried in Foundation was for the workplaces as well. So villager would establish their workplaces themselves depending on the desirability of the area.
Oh, really?
So we tried this. Yes, at first we have a prototype, and we realized it was not that fun, because you remove something that is interesting for the player, like you remove something he can control. So we decided to just do only the housing. So it's a good balance between something that you can control and something you control. So I think both of those two things are working pretty well in Foundation.
what I do love about the buildings as well, like the housing you can see at the moment, they've all got construction steps, so everything goes up in pieces, and it just gives it that real authentic feel that they're actually building it right in front of you, which is lovely.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love seeing them all sort of. I like to imagine them having little petty disputes between like fence boundaries and stuff as well, just like in the real world. Ash mentioned as well, one of the needs for villages is so you have food and water, but also old time religion. You have to have church services as well, which I think is a really kind of interesting way to make it feel very medieval. And I wanted to ask a bit more why you decided to go with a medieval setting rather than maybe something more modern or even futuristic or fantastical.
I'm a big fan of the medieval era, so it's always something. I always wanted to do some game in the medieval era, so yeah, I think maybe for us North American, castle and medieval cities is something that we don't have access to. So I always have been pretty interested in this. So when I visited France, Italy, I went to visit like all those castle and medieval village. So it's really something that I love personally. So and with the organic setting, I think it fits pretty well with medieval game. But Foundation is medieval, but it's in the future. Maybe who knows? Maybe we'll explore other eras, but we're not there yet.
I mean, did you do kind of a lot of research and going to locations and stuff as well?
Yes, we did. We did some researches, but it's never like complete. So. We try to be as much accurate as possible, but it's at the end it's a game. So sometimes we have to choose between feature and being accurate with the medieval era, and as the project moves forward, we also get some more documentation. We buy some books. It's hard to find good documentation about medieval era on the internet. Like all you find is about Minecraft when you search about medieval. So of course you can remove those when searching, but it's hard to have very accurate documentation. And for instance, when I went in France, I visited some small monastery. And there I found some very good books about monks' life, but that I couldn't find elsewhere. So it's something that we need to keep searching for good documentation.
It's just such a cool kind of representation of the. I mean, it's a beautiful game as well to look at, and I suppose you have to carefully balance. A realistic representation of medieval times with actually it being a fun game.
A fun game, and keep going. I'm sorry.
Well, because I mean, actually living in the medieval era wouldn't have been that fun.
No, of course, and there's this thing about Foundation. We want it to be very like relaxing and unstressful, like very immersive, but. Like you play this to just relax and enjoy, like seeing your city live. So of course we're developing more the beautiful side of or romantic aspect of medieval.
I think that was one of the things that really struck us at RPS when we first started playing it, is that it's so relaxing and just lovely, and it just seems impossible to make a town that isn't also lovely to look at and just nice to watch. I mean, you can see, the trees waving in the wind and the fish, jumping in the water and everything is just so lovely.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, like majority feels they understand this aspect, this relaxing aspect, and they appreciate it. It's something we need to be aware of, because if we want to have, like, the next steps is to add some kind of challenge to the game, but at the same time we don't want to lose this relaxing experience. So we don't want to stress the player too much if he doesn't want to. So that's something we were very careful about.
So Ash he's got some fishing set up as well now. It might be good if you could maybe show us maybe a simple supply chain, Ash, because they get quite a bit more complicated later on.
Yeah, they do indeed. I just finished doing a couple of fishing huts, but I also wanted to show a little bit of the sort of the intricacies of the game. So, for example, with well, I'll come back to the fishing huts, but I mean the basic, the really easy production line. Simplest is the berries. I mean, right now the berries are being gathered. They're actually deplete. So as they get taken off the berry bushes, the bushes will deplete. These villagers will keep taking them. They'll take them to their gathering hut, which will then get transported to this granary. This is where everything gets stored. So we've got here, we're already storing some fish. We've just brought some fish over. But yeah, we've got berries in here, and from there they'll go on to the marketplace, where this little guy down here is calling his wares, letting everyone know he's selling his berries and fish. That's that's the first sort of goal right at the start of the game, is to get that food running. So that's probably one of the most simplest of production lines. But there is a little trick you can do as well, is if you want to move things larger distances, for instance, these fish coming in here, they'll be stored in this granary, which is fairly normal. We've just got them set to accept here. But if we want them to move over here, because we'll put another marketplace here that's selling fish, so we want everyone to go there, but we don't want everyone traveling too far to get the goods. So in this granary, we can actually set this slot to fish and set it to stock maximum, which will actually allow the fish to be taken from any other warehouse. If you haven't got it set to stock maximum, they won't take from warehouses, only production lines. So it frees up the fishermen, frees up the whole line, basically, so everything gets moved along by the transporters, which is a really useful little feature. We've also got a slightly more complicated line going over here. It's still pretty simple. We've got I've actually merged two lumber camps together, so it doesn't look like too many buildings. I've put them both together there. The lumber camp there will then cut down the trees, and this is done similar to housing with an extraction tool, which you can use for berries, for stone, and for all the trees. So the woodcutters know where then to go in and cut down those trees. The green there is the housing, which you mentioned earlier.
And these, you literally you just paint those on where you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Them to be designated. Yeah.
I want to see what we've got on this little group of trees here, which has just been missed. I can't do it. So it's not in my territory. But these trees here, I want to take. I can choose to say that's where the next the trees will be taken from. However, they will take it closest to them with the woodcutters. So if I get rid of that, then they can quite easily go over here. But yeah, it's as simple as just painting down the zones that you want. You can see we've got more zones that we can paint as well here. Later on, we can reforest, so we can put those trees back if we want to. But yeah, the woodcutters take the wood, which you've designated with the painting zone. That then can go to a warehouse. It doesn't have to go to a warehouse in this case. It could go straight to our carpenter here in the sawmill, where that'll get turned into planks, which we can use for some of the later buildings, such as the warehouse itself. That requires planks to be built, if I remember correctly. So you need to get these sort of set up fairly quickly in the early stages. And like you say, later on, they get more complicated with things like tools and weapons that you can make, where there's a lot more resources being dragged in to make that the next secondary resource, which can then be used. So, for instance, iron comes in as iron ore, then you smelt it to iron with coal and things, and then eventually make weapons and tools out of it. So, yeah, there's complicated production lines as well as the simple stuff right at the start of the game. So, keeps you challenged as you're moving along.
I did want to ask just for myself as well, because I wrote an article complaining that I had loads of bread, but my villagers would not eat the bread. And were just shoveling cold berries into their mouths and getting increasingly furious at me. And then you, Ash, got in touch with me very kindly to tell me that I had stockpiled bread, thus making it forbidden to the villagers to eat it. And then in an update quite soon after that, if you stockpiled something, a big exclamation mark was next to it if you stockpiled it. And I just wanted to check, was that added specifically because of me?
Yes.
It was, yeah.
My legacy.
Yes.
Yeah, Phil and I, we saw your article, and Phil was like, Ash, can you get in touch with Alex?
When I saw the screenshot with the golden number, I saw, oh no, it's stockpiled, and
so
you don't explain it enough.
So yeah, the week after, Phil's right. We're putting in a warning in there to make this a little bit easier. So that was because of Phil.
I am ashamed.
No. It's very awful because the UI and the UX is like at the small.
Well, I mean, we can talk a little bit about the UI a bit later because there are some exciting updates coming there as well. But maybe now is the time that we can move to a later save and talk a bit more about what you can do in late game Foundation and maybe what the community has been doing as well. Because you've been in early access for about a year now, is that right?
Yeah, a year and a half, yes. Like February 2019.
All right. So, wow. I mean, there's a lot going on here. I can see buildings off in the hills in the distance. There's a castle, a whole ass castle up there. So we've got a lot going on here. And I think this is really showing off the kind of, while you can, leave your villagers to sort of do a lot of cool stuff by themselves, you can also, if you want to, get really detailed into building where the walls are, where all the kind of the big impressive buildings are. And so one of the really cool features about Foundation is that you have very granular kind of control over the building of churches, your manor house, your castles. So maybe, Phil, if you could tell us a bit more about that system and what kind of inspired you to go in that direction.
Yeah, it all started with the intention of allowing the player to make unique creation, because like if you visit a medieval town in France or Italy, each town has its own church, castle, walls, and they don't look the same. So this is where the monument system is started. So we wanted to allow the player to give him the power to create his own unique monuments. So every major buildings in the game, the manor house, the tavern, the monastery, the player will be able to assemble it from building parts that we have pre-designed. So you can decide the scale, the height of a tower, the rotation, the position, and he can also decide what functionality one room will have on his monument. So I think it's one of the major feature of the game is you being able to make unique creation for major monuments.
So yeah, it's not like you just say, I'm going to build a Colosseum now and you slap down that, like when in Foundation, when you build a castle, you build that castle, yes,
exactly.
So you can see Ash has got a very lovely symmetrical cathedral. He's built this beautiful
I love symmetry. Yeah, it's always got to be symmetrical.
So can you sort of demonstrate how the system kind of works? Slap an unsymmetrical nave on your cathedral.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll show you one of the monastery. I've got a little spot that I kind of picked out where I wanted to put a monastery, and it's the perfect spot. So I'll show you with that. But yeah, all these buildings. I mean, this is the tavern down here. If we just pull in, it's one of my favourite buildings, to be honest, and it's all made out of separate bits, even down to the dormer windows here. You place those yourself. Yeah, really, really cool. So yeah, if I just nip through the town. I've just started setting up on this island. I've started to work on the individual food chains and things as well over here, because you don't want people walking right across the city to get the food and the water. So just pretty much finished that in a church over here. Anyway, so yes, in the menu here we've got monuments, and I was going to say, I hope I've got the monastery unlocked, but there's the monastery. So you start out with just like your marker stick to where you're going to start placing your building, your monument. And then when you drop that, you can see there's a huge amount of options. There's further options down the bottom, which is something new, which is a masterpiece, which you can add into the monuments now. But we might talk about that later on. But yeah, each one of these pieces can be put down separately. So you have to have some pieces. So for instance, I've got to have one abbey part here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that because I don't need it anymore. And then let's say, we're going to got a second dormitory style building we can pop in. I'm just going to chuck that down separately. Let's make this abbey a little bit bigger because it's a little bit small at the moment. But you can build them together like this, but then we can also raise them. So we can got a little bit more customization to the buildings as well. We've got our own door here. And each, you can see these white nodes here. This is where all the parts will connect to each other. And you can also unsnap them. So if I were to take, let's say this dormitory style building on the back here, it will snap to the actual building. And it will snap to any of these points. But if I want to, and this is the creative side of Foundation, which is amazing for me. It really, before I was a community manager, it's what kind of sparked my attention. But you can hit in T or the little chat box here. We can turn that off, and then there's no collision. We can create however we want to. So let's, for instance, get a tower in here. So normally with the attach, it will just attach to all these points. Take that off, bring it up, but we can actually stick it anywhere we want to inside this building, and it just makes it so creative. Yeah, it's my favorite thing, making these monuments as big as you want to. And then yeah, there's all sorts of extra bits we've got here, so we can make a cloister, attach that to the wall here, and turn it around, and yeah, just basically keep going, and you can make them as big as you want. But you do have to think as well about the actual costs of these things. For instance, my church that we saw earlier on, the big church, that has a very, very big maintenance. I mean, we've probably got a little bit of balancing to do for that as well. But you can see the upfront costs, how much resources it's going to take to create this. But you also see how much it's actually going to cost in maintenance per week. And also the size of it, and the size affects things like congregation size in the churches. So your size will be directly related to how many people can actually fit in that church, because you've got to make sure you've got enough for everybody, because they all like to go to church at the same time. But yeah, sorry.
Listen, I was just going to say the cost is future Ash's problem. Current Ash is just having a blast building his monasteries.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who cares? But yeah, we can also change the color of. We've got different themes for different buildings. So the monastery's got a few different themes. You can't really see it properly in the blueprint mode, but once it's built, which won't happen now, unfortunately, it takes quite a while to build some of these things. But yeah, so you could have different themes on there as well. But it's just gives you so much option, and it's like I said, it's one thing that really just stood out for me. Other games, games that we kind of mentioned already, but you have set pieces. You'll have a cathedral which will be already built by the devs, and you just plump cathedral down with foundation. You can actually make your own, and it's just it's awesome. I really enjoy that part, and being creative.
One of the recent feature we added as well is the capabilities to make paths inside buildings. So maybe Ash, you can talk a bit about it and demonstrate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just get rid of this monastery here.
So the people can pathfind through.
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
now.
If you put 2 doors on a building, they can walk through to access like an accessible part of the. Well, for example, if you enclose an area with the walls, they will have access now.
Yeah, exactly. I've built a church here, which I wanted my soldiers to be able to cross this cliff here, or rather than going all the way around, other villagers might go through. So as long as for the church, as long as they need to go to church, they will go inside the church on one side here, and they'll come out of the door up here. Some parts, like the monastery, for instance, they're specific, so only the monks can pass through the monastery. So if I do go back to my monastery over here, if I were to enclose this cloister, that's up here. So we just quickly chuck in a few more cloister parts. Normally, how it was before is they wouldn't have been able to get inside this section that I'm just about to build here. So it was just you could put a well in there or something, or the plants or a beehive, and they just wouldn't be able to get there. But now, as long as there's a door on the outside, and we stick another door on the inside, now the monks will actually be able to get through the building and come out into this cloister area without, even though it's completely enclosed, which is, it's fantastic. And as I said earlier, you can use it to get to inaccessible parts, so they can go up cliffs if in certain situations. It doesn't work for everyone. For instance, the castle that I've built there, which is made all out of vanilla parts, only soldiers can pass through the castle, but you can use that to get to places that you just want only soldiers to go to, which is a really good feature.
And that was a more recent update as well. And in the latest update, Ash mentioned you added mineral deposits, which are the big heaps of rocks that we can see dotted about the map as well. And that you're mining that one there, aren't you, Ash?
Yeah, we've got a quarry. It's just a stone quarry. It was actually quite useful because I was running out of stone to make some of these big monuments pretty quick. In fact, earlier today, to get this save, I had to create another one a bit further over. But so these guys are mining away. Actually, we don't have anyone. We find a nice vein over here. There might be someone. Oh, look at that. This is, so we've got a gold vein and a marble vein over here. But it seems like nobody wants to work today. Otherwise, we'd see them mining away on there. But it's another new feature that we've added. Whereas, like at the start of the game, we don't know what they are, and you can use the bailiff, who resides in your Lord Manor. And you get mandates. I haven't actually got any, unfortunately, on this save because I've opened them all up. But normally there'd be a list of the deposits that you could send the bailiff off and actually go and find out what's inside that deposit, and then come and report back and tell you what's there, so you can go mine it. Which again has added a bit more strategy because you don't know exactly where your deposits are going to be right at the start, and you've got to go and find them and search across the map to find the one you want.
Yeah, the latest update also added quite a few bits to do with kind of craftsmanship, I kind of think of it as, and the masterworks and things, which are really fun additions. So you can see one there, that lovely fountain. Do you want to kind of talk a bit about those, Phil, and what they kind of are adding to the game as you get kind of further into your building?
It was to put the emphasis on the artisan and the medieval era. So like I don't know in English, a sculptor, someone who makes sculpture.
Sculptor, yeah.
Sculptor, and like painter, or so those artisans that they can create make some unique creations. So it's those masterpieces, they are acquired through some things a player will make during the course of a game, and he will be allowed to create a masterpiece. So it's really like unique creations that give a unique power or buff. We can compare those to like the wonders in civilization. So you can only have one possible, and yes. So one of each masterpiece by city. So
this is a small thing as well, but I love the animations that were added to like the jewelers and I love the animations in the game in general, because you can see like all the villagers at work, making their bread, or they all have really lovely little unique animations. You can see them. Do you have a favorite animation, Phil? A favorite
I love them all, but I really loved when we integrated the envoy on the horse. So having the envoy like riding the horse through the town center, I really enjoyed it. They are Michael, who is the animator, is doing an incredible job. Each animation is like, okay, this is my new favorite one. The jeweler one is indeed very, very nice.
It's just incredible, like how close you can zoom in and
see the details. Yes.
Yeah. And see how detailed it all is. Yeah, it's amazing. But you're a small team, and you're in. Like we said, you've been in early access for a little while now. Why did you decide to? This is a question that everyone who does early access gets asked. But why did you decide to do early access?
Yes, first of all, I think this city builder genre is a great fit for early access, because it's not like you're spoiling a narrative game, the first chapter of a narrative game. So we started to build the core of the game, and we wanted to test it, see the reaction of the community, and build around this. So we realized that Foundation is so ambitious. We have great ambition for the game, and even if it's been 1 year and a half that we're in early access, there's still so much to come, and that we're still excited to build. So being in early access is giving us the advantage of being able to support our dev team and expand too, because now we are 12 developers, but we think that the team needs to grow more to support all the features we want to add to this game. So early access is a good fit, and seeing the reaction of the people, they really appreciate, I think, how we handle early access with support and updates we're doing. So we are confident that it was the right choice.
Has it been fun, kind of getting that feedback from the community? Has it been useful and like a good experience?
Yes, I think that the people, one thing that I'm really happy about is, I think the community, they are feeling what the game is about. Like, sometimes people asking us why is there no combat, but the community answered them, well, it's not a game that is about combat, it's about building, and they really like support us on our decision not to add combat in the game. So, and sometimes people are writing us emails with lots of good suggestion, and we're like, yes, you're right, that this is planned. Yes. So they really understand what the game is about, and the idea they bring is something that is very in line with our vision. So,
Ash, you're community manager. What are some of the kind of crazy things that you've seen the community doing and building and making in Foundation?
Yeah, it's quite interesting that you mentioned earlier about the Colosseum, actually, because with the monuments, somebody actually did recreate the Colosseum, which was absolutely incredible, just putting all the parts together. But recently, obviously, a very, very sad story with the cathedral, with Notre Dame. But we actually, the community had their own kind of out of respect, they wanted to rebuild Notre Dame, so they did it with the parts for the church, and there's just some incredible examples that were out there. Also, the mods, the modding community is incredible, and what they're doing right now, is just amazing. Yeah, I can show you. This is a community save. I actually spoke to one of the players today. Our Discord is incredible. I mean, we've got such a great community on Discord. They're constantly putting up screenshots, which is absolutely amazing. But this guy put some really cool screenshots up. It's a modded save, so there are mods in here. But what the modding community doing is absolutely amazing. They're doing such an incredible job with adding assets in here. And as you can see, this is the same map I was playing on. But they've added parts that you can create into harbors. They've actually added boats in here, which is a well-requested feature as well for us. But so they've gone and created some boats. I believe a lot of them are full working parts as well. So they'll actually load the boats up. The boats will move around. Not this one. Wow. This is one of ours. That's ours. But really, really amazing. And zoom out. They've modded this castle here, which is quite incredible.
Whoa!
Get right in here and see what's going on inside this castle. I mean, it's just beautiful. I mean, they've just gone to such lengths to make it look good. It's
incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's like Chibi Witcher. Oh, look at that!
But yeah,
that's fantastic.
Wow.
So it just shows what can be done with the game and where it's, for instance, we haven't got a castle in the game yet, but maybe one will be made eventually. But but it just shows what can be done on the modding side of it as well. So even as we're adding things in, modders are adding things in. So it just shows what can be done. I'm really, really impressed with this guy. This is John. Apologies if I say it incorrectly, but John Lure done this amazing job building this city up. It's absolutely incredible.
Wow. I've got a long way to go, fellas. I've got a long way to go. I mean, well, talking about, things that maybe you're going to get added in the future, maybe we can talk about plans for future updates. I mean, one of the things that I know is coming is the updated user interface, bit of an updated UI, which you were kind enough to share some screenshots of, some work in progress stuff. How's that coming along?
It's coming along pretty well. It's gonna take a long time, but I mean, Daniel, the UI artist, is doing an incredible job of designing all the interface that they are in the game at the moment, and in parallel, the tech team is developing the tools to integrate all those new UI elements. So that Dan can be autonomous in integrating those. So yes, it's going pretty well, but it's going to take a while, I think, because there's so much. But I think it's for the better, but of course, because not only the visual of the windows will change, the UX, so the user experience will also improve, and the accessibility too. So we are planning to add some long view features like key remapping, and things to help people with disabilities. So I think it's something that was long due, and pretty happy that it's coming soon.
Have you got any other exciting maybe gameplay features that you can share with us, or are you keeping things a bit close to your chest for now?
I don't think wow things to tell you. We're getting to a point where we have all those puzzle pieces that we want to assemble to create more strategy. So this is something we're gonna work, especially related to the estate. So the role of the estate will be improved. But visually, there's a new biomes, right? Is it in English biomes or biomes?
Biomes.
So So we will you will see like different like type of vegetation and settings that will add to the immersion of the game. So that's what I can say for now.
That's exciting. I'm excited to see that because how it looks now is lovely. So the idea of getting like different plants and things is very exciting.
There's going to be a third layer of housing too that will be more densified. So this is something that we're going to make a huge step up in the housing generation, for instance. So it's just very exciting things to come.
Thank you so much, Phil, and thank you to Ash as well for joining me today to talk about Foundation, probably my favorite city builder out there right now. It's available in early access on Steam now, so go check it out. And don't forget that there is more fun stuff like this coming from EGX Digital for the next however many days. EGX Digital and PAX Online bringing you the biggest digital gaming event of the year. So go to paxegx.com for more. I've been Alice Bell from Rock Paper Shotgun, and thank you once again to Phil and to Ash from Polymorph Games for showing us all about Foundation. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Alice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mastermind in Tactical Strategy Games panel with me, Andy Griffiths from the Renaissance PR team, and Peaky Blinders Mastermind, Space Crew, and Partisans 1941. Today, we've got with us Anton Martyshenko, creative lead for Partisans 1941, Sandy Lockie, designer for Peaky Blinders Mastermind, and Dave Miller, Runner Duck co-founder and art lead on Space Crew and Bomber Crew. So we'll allow the guys to take you through their games in a second with some trailers. But first of all, I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview of what this panel is. So essentially, like I said, I've been a fan of strategy games my whole life. So this panel is all about taking a look at where strategy games are at the moment, taking a look at the different approaches to strategy games that people can take, from utilizing licensed properties to historically accurate properties to completely new sci-fi universes. So hopefully by the end of this panel you have a few insights in what it takes to create these games, but also a few an idea of where this genre is going and why it's having a bit of a moment at the moment. So first up, we've got Anton Martyshenko from Russia, who's dialed in, which is absolutely fantastic. So Anton, would you like to introduce Partisans 1941 to us and just say hello?
Sure. Partisans 1941 is a real-time tactical strategy with stealth elements. It's set on the Eastern Front during the Second World War, and you play the leader of a squad of Soviet-Russian resistance guerrilla fighters and actually fight against Nazi German occupational forces. So this part of the resistance movement and the story of resistance movement in Russia is not well known, especially in the West during the Second World War, and this is something we would like to tell about our players.
Awesome stuff. So we got a trailer for that game just coming up now. Great stuff. Definitely picking up a little bit of a Commandos vibe from that one. So now we'll pass on to Sandy Lockie, designer for Peaky Blinders Mastermind. Sandy, do you want to introduce your game for a bit?
Yeah, so Peaky Blinders Mastermind is set just after the war. So it's when the Peaky Blinders boys have returned back to Small Heath. And they're kind of encountering this power vacuum there because all the sort of young men were away fighting. And so it kind of deals with them trying to establish their foothold back in Small Heath. And the thing that we really focused on was, it's a quote from season 1 where Tommy Shelby's talking about the soldier's minute and how he manipulates the environment, his allies and his enemies, so that during that 1 minute, everything comes together to help him sort of overcome these insurmountable odds. And so that's what mechanically we let players do by rewinding time and layering over the characters' abilities and getting them into the right positions. We let people orchestrate that one perfect soldier's minute.
Peggy 16. My brother, he sees the job in his head. He's worked it over and over again, 1,000 times. And it don't matter who stands in our way. Tommy has a plan, and every one of us Shelbys, we stand ready. But we stand ready to do what he demands. To play our part, to get it done. By order of the Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders Mastermind available now.
Great stuff. Now that brings us right on to Space Crew. So, Dave, would you like to introduce us to Space Crew?
Sure. So Space Crew is a tactical crew management game where you recruit a crew, put them on a spaceship, and send them out on missions in order to defend the Earth from an alien invasion. On these missions, you have to manage your crew and the stations on the ship. So there's many stations. There's like security station that deals with shields. There's a comm station that can call in friendly fighters to come and support you. There's also an engineering station where you can manage the power from your reactor. And the reactor powers multiple systems on the ship, such as the shield generators, the gravity generator, and the oxygen generator, which is especially important. And you basically just have to manage the damage to your ship, keep them alive, complete the mission, get them home safely.
Captain's log. Earth date, I lose track. Today was supposed to be simple. In and out. Duck soup, as my great-great-great-great-grandfather used to say, in his war. We'd encountered more Phasmid ships than we were expecting, so I jumped straight on the guns like the hero I am. Seeing an empty captain's chair, our only engineer decided to take control of the ship. With the donut doing donuts in the USS Donut, our weapons guy of all people was left trying to fix the damage we were taking. Lacking security, the Phasmids boarded. With fire and Phasmids abound, Leonard made the ever-so-logical decision to purge the ship, ejecting most of the Phasmids, but also himself. It was time to think carefully about this. I directed my crew with my superior knowledge of their strengths. Engineer, go fix. Gunners, on the guns. Security, secure the ship. Comms, Captain, smolder. Oh, frack, I thought. Captain, evasive maneuvers. Captain, prime escape pods. Captain, pick your battles. Captain, pick harder. I still don't know how we got out of that alive. Well, I say we. I guess it's time to sort out a new ship and recruit the next generation.
Okay, Dave, that looks great. Obviously, Space Crew is the sequel to Bomber Crew, right? So can you give us some idea of, and can you take us back to the original Bomber Crew a bit and talk about how that was the inspiration and why you guys decided to take it into space?
Well, Bomber Crew actually came from just the concept of managing the crew of a bomber, and we didn't necessarily set out to make a strategy game. But it just so happened with the multiple units, that was the best way to go, because there was no way to do direct control, especially because the focus of the game is on the stories and the fates of the characters. And so they have to be kind of independent. It's kind of a God game in a way. So we don't really let you directly control them. We just, you sort of just give them orders. But I have always been a fan of strategy games. My first memory of a strategy game was Laser Squad on the Spectrum back in 1988, which was kind of a precursor to XCOM and UFO, Enemy Unknown, and all that. And that was great fun because it was local multiplayer. So I'd play it with my siblings on a Saturday afternoon, and one of us would take a turn while the other one had to stand behind the TV and not see what the other player was doing. So yeah, I've always had a soft spot for strategy games like that.
That actually brings me nicely on to the next question, really, which was what are the strategy games that kind of inspired you guys to create what you created, and what are your personal favorites? Like mine, I think I wasn't really much of a strategy gamer until I played Commandos when I was I think I must have been about 13 or something, on a demo disc that I got with PC Gamer back in the day. And I remember replaying those first two missions absolutely regularly, back to back, all the time, just trying to figure out how the different scenarios really worked. So Anton, obviously your game it's a little bit inspired by Partisans 1941. Is it a little bit inspired by Commando? So maybe you can talk a little bit about, maybe your favorite games.
Yeah, actually, like with many other people here, the first game actually I played was Civilization. So it was like 1992. It's like there were no game consoles in Russia, and the only thing you can get was actually a PC. And that was the first game I was playing when I was a kid. I wasn't particularly successful because I was quite small at this time in during the course of the game, but I loved it a lot and played endlessly in cycles. And then when I actually joined the game industry, one of the games which influenced this choice was the game called Silent Storm, which was developed by Russian developer called Nival. And actually, after playing and enjoying this game so much, I decided to join this company, which I managed to do. And after that, the first game I actually worked on myself was Heroes of Might and Magic, which is not a tactical game generally, although it has tactical part to it, a strategic game. But anyway, it's like a lot of in my life as a developer was linked and connected to strategic and tactical games. And also with regards to Partisans game, there were some other influences which are great tactical games. Obviously, one of them is Man of War game, which is brilliant game and very complex and very systematic game. And another one is obviously Commando game, which has a direct influence on what we are developing now. So I have to say that it's more of a stealth puzzle game rather than a tactical game. But when I was a kid and I was playing it, I did not distinguish these two things. It was just a great tactical experience for me.
I think that's a really important point, Anton. Like it doesn't really matter what the label of the game is. I think ultimately it's whether you call it God game, strategy game, real-time strategy game, tactical strategy, or whatever. It still plays into that you being this far away figure manipulating people either directly or manipulating the area around the people in order to conjure up the scenario that you want. I mean, Sandy, that kind of describes Peaky Blinders Mastermind a little bit as well. Like, I mean, in terms of tactical strategy, do you have any like favorite games, or what were like your early experiences with the subgenre?
In God game wise, I guess so. We played a lot of Command and Conquer and did a lot of lugging our PCs over to each other's house to play LAN parties with Command and Conquer. And in terms of God game, I used to sort of just have a set goal for myself, which wasn't necessarily to win the battle, and was often counters to that. So, like in playing Red Alert, just trying to get a bear army, the biggest bear army I could, and go rampaging into an opponent's base, just for the look on their face, as like 40, 50 bears come luzzing in there, completely ineffective because they can't destroy buildings, so they just sort of sit around scratching themselves for a while and then potter off again. But yeah, that ability to kind of express yourself and do what you want in these kind of games is always really empowering. But yeah, like going back to strategy games growing up, like I had I think I was saying similar to Anton. Like I had Civilization on my Mac, didn't really understand it. Used to click things around, they moved around. Sometimes things got bigger, sometimes things died, but it seemed fun. But yeah, I think the first one that really got its hooks into me was Advance Wars. Playing that on the old Game Boy, like hunched over for hours at a time. And then more recently into things like Slay the Spire and Into the Breach, that just once you play them for like half an hour, they really get their hooks into you. And I have great fun like recommending those to my brother as well, because he's like, no, not interested. And then I'll get a message like 2 weeks later going, what have you done to me? Like, I can stop playing this. They are, when you see everything kind of open up and you see all the abilities that you can do and the way that they can mesh together, there's something really kind of intoxicating about that.
I think this is one of the reasons why they're doing so well recently, because you can play them in so many different ways. That works fantastically for your game on Twitch and on YouTube, because you can watch like The Last of Us on YouTube and you can kind of get the whole story from someone playing through it. Whereas with a strategy game, if you watch someone play it, you always think, oh, I'd do that differently, or I'd try this. And so there's a reason to go and buy the game rather than just watch it, because you can do better or you can do it differently.
Dave, I think that's a really good thing that you just touched upon there, which is the challenges of developing systems and developing scenarios where players can ultimately choose their own path or choose their own approach or choose how they want to solve it. Obviously, what do you think are the challenges of focusing on building scenarios that can be solved multiple different ways using multiple different approaches? Because basically what you're talking about is sandbox development versus linear story-based development, right? I mean, how do you do that?
I think making a strategy game that's based on systems, I think it takes a long time to get to the point where you can play it and see if it's any good, because you kind of have to have all the systems in place. We basically start off with the vehicle. So in Bomber Crew, it was a Lancaster bomber. In Space Crew, it's like a light cruiser. And so we just start designing the systems and just imagine all the scenarios that the systems could give you. And then we kind of work out from there. So once we've got the ship and all its oxygen generator and its shield systems and the reactor giving power to the gun turrets, then we kind of work out from there and create enemies that would challenge the player to have to manage their crew in different ways on board. So for instance, we've got an enemy fighter that flies in front of you and it kind of pops out these little limpet mines, which attach themselves to various parts of the ship, and then they give off radiation. So you can either get your security officer to engage the EMP, the electromagnetic pulse, and that will knock them out, or you just have to vacate that part of the ship for the duration until they fall off. Yeah, so we really kind of, for us, it's like inside out. It's the player systems first, and then we create the world around it to challenge the player.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar approach, and I completely agree with Dave. And also, it's a part of our game journey and something which is makes it slightly different from other games. So a lot of levels on our game are designed with sandbox approach in mind generally, and it's even more complex because it has another layer on top of it, because you can play it using only stealth or combat or combining both, which makes it even more difficult. In my mind, it's hard or even impossible to predict all actions or all things which a player can do. And as a designer, what it's is good idea to build is basically to provide the player predictable experience, so he knows exactly how every part of the system behaves, and based on that he can adopt his actions in a different environment and choose the right way to solve his goals. So it's about building a predictable environment where the things behave in the way the player expects, while in terms how they react on player actions. While the general, like the story or anything on top of it, it can change during the gameplay, actually.
That brings me nicely onto another question, which is all about difficulty. Like, tactical strategy games have a reputation for being, hard. So how do you go about making sure you scale the difficulty of your game to so that it fits and feels right?
So for us, sorry, go on, Sandy.
Yeah, I think for Peaky Blinders, it was just about being very aware of who our audience was from the very beginning of the project and having that in mind. So we knew that it was, this is a puzzling game, but we don't want just players to feel roadblocked or completely stumped by things. So we focused on making them head scratchers, but not just completely stopping players' progress, because then you don't feel like Tommy Shelby anymore. You feel, you feel like a dunce, and that's not something we wanted to do. So we did add in a sort of a slightly harder mastermind difficulty, which takes away some of the sort of hints for players. But from most people that we've seen playing it, and we got sort of mostly positive review scores on Steam, which for an IP-based game can be quite, a licensed game can be quite tricky to achieve. So we're really happy with that, and I think that shows that we've kind of managed to navigate that little treacherous alley quite well.
Yeah, so for us, because the core of Space Crew and previously Bomber Crew was we were trying to get the player to feel attached to their characters. These little characters they recruit who have unique names, who become their crew. You know, they're unique to them. We really want the player to be attached to them. So in order to do that, we have to make it likely that they'll die. Because if it was easy to keep them all alive, you wouldn't bother to learn their names or remember their heroic deeds. And so we do start off easy because there's quite a lot to learn in Space Crew. But it does get hard and it does get difficult because we just have to have the threat of losing a character to make them mean something. But we've got some stuff in there so that if you do lose everything later on, you don't fall too far. You know, your replacement ship and your replacement crew are of maybe slightly lesser level than you lost, but you shouldn't get stuck. You know, but it is challenging, and I think that's essential for this type of game.
So that difficulty question also plays into what platform your tactical strategy game is on, right? And obviously for Peaky Blinders Mastermind and Space Crew, both of those games are on consoles as well as PC. So what sort of things do you need to take into account when you're making a tactical strategy game for different platforms at the same time?
So yeah, I think strategy games on consoles are a bit of a challenge. Firstly, from the UI point of view, so you're not sat right next to the screen normally, you're sat back on the sofa. So you need to make sure the UI is clear from a distance. And also input, like using a controller can be a lot more fiddly than using a mouse. And so we spent quite a lot of time on controller support for Space Crew. One of the things we did to give controller players a slightly easier ride is when you're selecting a character, you hold a particular button. And while you're holding that button, we slow time down a bit so that while you're selecting, you don't end up panicking if it's in the middle of a firefight. So yeah, you do have to take care around console players.
For Peakies, we had a similar thing where we wanted players focusing on, you know, the problem solution and figuring it out, not necessarily sort of this kind of massive dexterity challenge once they've solved the challenge. You know, we want them to get onto the next challenge and the next head scratcher. So we spent a lot of time making sure the controls were streamlined. We have this, you know, this time machine basically that players can rewind and fast forward time, which is you know, you don't, it's not there's no standard controls for that in a lot of games. So, you know, moving characters left thumbstick, you're fine, but how do you control a time machine? So we decided to put that on the triggers. So that gives you sort of real fidelity over rewinding and fast forwarding. But also on bumpers, you can skip to previous events. So if you just want to sync up a couple of characters, then we give players a really quick and easy way of doing that. And that kind of lets them just go, right, okay, I've learned the controls for the time machine now. I can concentrate on the puzzles and the narrative and the characters and kind of get myself immersed in the world.
And obviously, Anton, your game Partisans in 1941 is PC only at that point. I mean, does that give you more freedom to necessarily do different things?
It has real-time strategy elements to it, especially during combat. PC is the most convenient platform to play it because it allows you to control multiple units at one time easily. But we also want to port our game onto consoles later on, which would be a challenging task because especially our game is not turn-based, and it would be quite challenging to adopt this type of formula onto the consoles. The one thing we have in our game is a tactical pause, which might be a good thing for consoles because then the player can lay out and plan their actions. And the other subject you mentioned earlier, the difficulty of the games. This is something also which is specific for a game like Partisans, because it has like real-time strategy team, and real-time strategies are known for being one of the most kind of like difficult type of games, when you have not only to control a lot of units, to make decisions and make them quickly, because everything goes in real time. So we have like different layers of difficulty, and our normal level, on the normal level, you can use the tactical pause, and you can use save and load game mechanics. This is where on this difficulty you basically you are getting used to the controls of the game and how it plays. But the ultimate and the ultimate experience for our game would be on the hard level, because it doesn't have save and load mechanics, and it doesn't have a tactical pause. So it would be quite challenging. But with the game like ours, this is something a lot of players love about these games, when they have to be extremely precise and control all the stuff in real time. And also we have some other mechanics in our game which are rooted in meta games. So like during the mission you get armor, your characters can get injuries. So when playing on normal, you just can avoid this stuff by reloading your game. But then if you play on hard, you would have to face the consequences of what happened during the missions. You can't simply reload the game. You have to treat the members of your squad. You have to choose what you can do on the base, whether you have to actually heal your guys or do some additional stuff to get more armor. So I think the ultimate experience would be the hard level, but it will take time and effort, to control it precisely.
So Anton, another question for you, and it's something that's particular for Partisans 1941, which is obviously you're covering a period which is really, really politically charged. It's a period which is riddled with war. How much do you kind of walk the tightrope between historical accuracy and gameplay innovation and subverting players' expectations? Because obviously, when people think about this period, they have their own expectations that kind of come into it.
Yes, it's actually quite a challenging task to find a balance between the historical accuracy and the gameplay mechanics, because there are some things which are familiar and loved by players, but then you can't simply place them into a historically accurate or close to historical type of gameplay. So there are a lot of mechanics in like blink, teleport, having movable cover, or whatever, which actually work really well with this type of gameplay, but you can't really use them. So you have to adopt and find different ways. With regard to scenarios, obviously you have to do a certain historical research on the subject, and that's what we did as well. So it loosely follows the actual events which happened during this period of war. The other interesting thing is basically expectations of players. A lot of players, not a lot of, some players expect, and then if something is said to be based on historical events, to be that thing should be as accurate as possible and almost copy everything from real life. But the game is not like a simulator. So the game is something which meant to bring fun to a player when he's solving the goals of the game, rather than a constant and endless frustration if you do some stuff like in real life. For a good example on that would be the AI behavior in stealth games. So because there is a stealth part in our game, you can kill silently enemies, and then if you make a mechanics when some members of the group notice immediately the absence of someone from the group and try alert and search for the player, then it would lead only to either to reloading the game all the time, unless you do it perfectly, or of frustration, or to a frustration of waiting for a long time when the things calm down. So basically, you need to find a balance while they might react to finding a corpse or something like that, but then they aren't overcautious. Otherwise, that would be a frustrating experience. So this is our general approach to stuff.
Sandy, that's kind of the same for your game as well, right? Like in terms of the historical accuracy, and not necessarily historical accuracy, but people coming into the game with a preconceived notion of what they're going to play, about what sort of concepts they're going to play with, and what sort of characters they're going to meet. So what sort of things did you have to consider in order to successfully carry off the Peaky Blinders Mastermind kind of concept?
It was actually really interesting because you're dealing with an established world, an established universe that is proven. You know, people really like it. They are fascinated by it. They're fascinated by the characters, by the story, by the tone of it. So it's really nice from a developer perspective, because you can just focus on what story are you going to tell in that universe, and not have to worry about the fundamentals. Like, you know, it works. You know, the characters are compelling. You know that the tone jives with people. So our kind of crucial thing was to make sure that we stayed respectful. We also showed an interesting side of the characters. So the idea of the Shelby boys returning just after the war, where Arthur's still the kind of de facto leader, and this kind of charts Tommy's rise, like, because it's not a time for war anymore. This is a time for outthinking your opponent, and also showing people the small Heath that they haven't really seen in the show. It was really fun to sort of portray all that, and also making sure we get all the things that people would want to see in an interactive Peaky Blinders world. So, you know, getting Jeremiah in as a preacher, and, you know, showing the Peaky Blinders den so that players can wander around and talk to all the incidental characters. And, you know, we have Feverist, who did a lot of the music, doing the soundtrack for the game, which is incredible. Like making sure that you stay true to the tone and the subject matter is kind of the really, really key challenge. But you know, that Peaky Blinders has never been one to just sort of follow tradition. So I think that's why we're really excited by this idea of, like, overlapping characters' goals, overlapping characters' actions, and getting them to work together. Like, you know, they didn't really want to do a kind of cookie cutter game. They wanted to do something interesting that really kind of portrayed how the characters think. And so that was really fun from a game designer's perspective, because I've never played a game like this before in my life. It was really fun to work on something new, and lots of interesting challenges to sort of tackle.
I imagine imposter syndrome is something that you guys have to deal with all the time as well when you're working on something that's that big.
I mean, you get that all the time, but all you have to do is you go with your best idea, and yeah, they were really good at giving feedback when things wouldn't quite work out, but also they were really flexible with how things were used, and making sure that we could provide the best game experience as well. They kind of understood that was the key. So it all worked out pretty well, actually.
So obviously we've got Partisans 1941 and Peaky Blinders Mastermind that have players have preconceived notions of what they're going to get before they play. Whereas Dave, with your game, Space Crew, you've had to design a sci-fi universe from scratch. Like, what's that like? It must be quite a refreshing challenge, and an interesting challenge, and an enjoyable one to, like, have a blank piece of paper in front of you and just design this all from scratch.
Yeah, it is. So with Bomber Crew, we had World War II. So the scene was instantly set as soon as the game started. Anyone who played it knew what the scenario was, the two sides were. And with sci-fi, you just have to build everything. You know, if there's a spaceship, you have to design the spaceship. You have to design this scenario. So There's only 3 of us at Runner Duck, so we need to be smart with how we set the scene and sort of build the worlds. And so we decided to kind of borrow from movie tropes. So so there's lots of things in Space Crew that players will see, will kind of feel a bit familiar, and they'll recognize what it all means.
And plenty of Star Wars, Aliens, Starship Troopers, you name it, I'm sure. So guys, that brings us to the end of our time. Thank you so much for joining us on this. It's been really, really interesting. So I think the best thing to do is if you can just tell people, and maybe Anton, will start with you, just tell people where they can find you or where they can give you feedback on your game.
We can be followed on a Facebook page, and also for Russian speaking, we have a page on Contact, and you can find them with the keywords like Partisans 9041.
And Sandy, if you want to go next.
At Future Lab on Twitter, and we're pretty active on there. It's always good to hear feedback and to sort of hear people sharing their experiences of the game. So yeah, that'd be the best place.
And Dave, how about yourself?
So people can follow at Space Crew Game on Twitter, which I manage, so they'll be talking to me. Space Crew's out on October the 15th on PC, Switch, PS4, Xbox One, Mac, and Linux as well.
Well, that's awesome. Well, Anton, Sandy, Dave, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of the day, and thank you everyone else for watching. See you soon.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed, all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on. all the best.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EGX Digital. If this is the first panel you're watching, make sure you go find the others. Also, thank you for choosing this one. You won't know me. I'm Caitlin. I run a very small site called Mind Games, where I talk about video games and mental health. And today I am
doing just that with 4 very lovely people who will introduce themselves now.
Hi, my name is Becky. I am the Community Events Coordinator at Special Effect, which is a UK-based charity who help people with severe physical disabilities, immediate dog interruption there, severe physical disabilities to access video games.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm one of the co-founders at Polygon Treehouse. We just released Rookie, which is a modern adventure game, which, as well as being a fantastical adventure and dealing with Scandinavian folklore, it also tackles themes of loss and grief and reconciliation.
Hi, I'm Anxiety. I'm a mental health talk show host on Twitch, and I'm also an ambassador for Safe in Our World, which is a charity dedicated to bringing mental health awareness to the gaming world.
And I am Johnny. I am head of video for a website called Dicebreaker, which is all about tabletop games. But before then, I used to work in video games as part of the video team at Eurogamer, where I did a series involving video games and mental health and how they intersect. And I once did a TEDx talk, so that's me blowing my own trumpet there.
No, everyone here is very good at what they do. Thankfully, everyone said yes. We've got a range of people who help out with charities, people who've spoken about mental health themselves, people who have worked on games. Rough overview of how this is going to work. It's going to be about 3 sections. So we're going to talk about representation of mental health in gaming, both the good and the bad. We'll talk about using it at games as a coping mechanism, which is a big part for me. And we're going to talk about the communities that get built around games, both as genres, as worldwide communities such as those for Dicebreaker and Eurogamer. And then we'll round it off. So we will hop right into representation. Personally, I'm very open about my mental health. I suffer from depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress. I'm very open about these things, and obviously not everyone is. And seeing people who suffer from the same conditions as myself in video games can be a very positive or negative experience. So, for example, one of my favorite games is What Remains of Edith Finch, and its representation of depression with Edith's brother. It's a brilliant sequence. If you haven't played the game, I definitely recommend it, but it is a very well told story of someone who's struggling. And yeah, if we open the floor to kind of where people have seen representation they like, maybe ones they don't like, go for it.
There is, I'll just start, I'll run on this because I do love this stuff and I discuss it on my channel. There is some awesome representation of how to help somebody through a mental health crisis in Stardew Valley. A lot of people in general find that game just relaxing and soothing, and it puts you to ease. It's very, redundant tasks that kind of as you approach them, they become easier and easier to do. So it's very easy to kind of lose yourself and lose the time that you spend in this game. And as you get to know the characters, you have different events that happen. And one of the events that happens is you encounter, if you get very close to Shane, you encounter that he has suicidal episode where he wishes to end his life. And you have a few choices, and generally it steers you in the proper direction of what to say that would help him. And the ultimate goal is he wakes up, it kind of flashes over to the medical center. He wakes up and the doctor at the medical center thanks you for bringing him in and tells you that he will be getting help from professionals and that you did a really good job by not trying to take it on yourself, but bring him where he would get the help he needs. And I think that overall, that's a very well put together message. And the whole scene is about 10 minutes, but it has a really big impact. And I remember watching it and pointing at it and being like, oh my God, it's so good. This is so good. This is so good.
I would say one of the games that I played and I found really powerful was Celeste. I came to it quite late, and I think I had an idea. I knew it was meant to be a super hard platforming game. I wasn't expecting it to affect me as emotionally as it did. I think just guessing in what we try and do with our game, and that telling a story through the actual the gameplay and in Celeste, you're gradually climbing this mountain, overcoming this great big barrier, and I found that it was really powerful. Even though second by second and minute by minute, you're doing this platforming. I thought the story and was really well told, and I think one of the really powerful things about games and tackling mental health is that sometimes it doesn't have to be like really in your face the whole time. In Celeste, it almost gives you a breathing space. That's definitely something we try and do in Rookie. So it's almost like you can deal with some of these topics, and then also you can allow breathing space for the player to reflect on these things. So they need time to take it all in. And I think just generally, it's really interesting. Games obviously tackle some of these issues on a big variety of levels, and I think it's really nice. It's quite a powerful thing to allow people, if they have mental health issues, to see people struggling with some of those or dealing with some of those issues. Also for people who want an insight, it's a way of stepping into someone else's shoes a little bit, and maybe encouraging a bit of empathy and less fear of mental health and what it is.
Go for it, Becky.
I wish I'd gone first because I was totally going to talk about Celeste. But I just going back to what Caitlin said, and What Remains of Edith Finch was something I watched my husband play through recently. We kind of play through together, and the variety of different issues. I'm aware of, I don't want to give any spoilers, but the different characters that you kind of visit throughout the game represented so many different issues, from loss and grieving to PTSD to that paranoia, and so there were so many different sort of mental health issues explored, and going through a trauma, that kind of thing, and it's just one of those really amazing games where it seemed, from my perspective, to deal and present each topic quite sensitively, as far as I could see from my perspective. So yeah,
I think for me it feels somewhat obvious, but I think Life is Strange was a really big one for me in terms of it's the particularly the first season and the prequel Before the Storm for me was such a powerful exercise in empathy, and because every character, if you dig deep enough, has something going on, and it's not necessarily an actual diagnosed mental health condition or anything like that, but it is just its central themes are so sort of wrapped up in the idea that being a teenager is hard, and that there is a lot to deal with because you're literally learning how to be a person while there's all this other stuff going on, and obviously it does tackle more direct themes. Like, for example, in the first season there is a very poignant scene involving an attempted suicide, and the kind of repercussions of that kind of echo through the rest of the game. But there are also nice little incidental moments you can miss as well. For example, you can find some antidepressants in your best friend's bathroom, and it never comes up in conversation between the two of them, but the protagonist takes a moment to be like, oh wow, I guess they really have been going through some stuff while I've not been talking to them. And I think Life is Strange as a series has been really important in terms of building a community and that is comfortable talking about mental illness and supporting one another and accessing resources in a way that's really impressive and quite moving, I think.
I agree with that. I think a lot of that came during Before the Storm, because as much as Kate was the main poignant focus when it came to tackling mental health issues in the first season, but then you dig in Before the Storm, you dig into Chloe coping with her father's death and the changes, and then Rachel dealing with, well, all of that. Everything. And I found like a lot of people took moments from that and just kind of essentially managed to attach resources and things to it. So whenever people went back and revisited those moments, they would find kind of lots of posts with resources and references, and it was very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always between that and Stardew Valley when it comes to representation. And then another one I think that people don't expect and I know I already went, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna
No, it's fine.
But another one that I think people don't expect is Kingdom Hearts, or I think they don't read into it as much. But one of the characters literally treads through her own darkness for 10 years.
Aqua. Oh.
Yeah, in which she is constantly told that she's not worthy, her friends don't love her, they're not gonna come save her, she's not good enough, she will never help anybody, like all of the stuff that literally are things depression, tells you. And so it's not as like, Life is Strange is very much like, here are mental health themes, right? And you're prepared for it. But I feel like Kingdom Hearts is one of those where you learn empathy through the means of like, oh, I'm just playing a game. Oh, I got to save this person out of darkness. Darkness is a common metaphor for, both how we feel inside and just bad things. So you can kind of totally gloss over it, or you can stop for a moment and be like, whoa, she's been depressed for 10 years. Whoa.
When you go from Donald Duck's voice to a heavy montage about depression, it's a little bit sharp.
Right. But they get you. You're...
That's one of the great things about games and that sort of form of storytelling is that you are, in many cases, playing through the protagonist or playing through the person who is going through it or dealing with it or helping somebody deal with it in some way. And if you're a good writer, you can write something that's kind of sweeps you off your feet in that kind of way and hits you like you've just described.
Yeah.
Probably one of the really powerful things about video games in tackling mental health issues is that you're, as a player, you're an active part of the story, and so you're playing through scenarios, and I guess in a different way to watching a film or reading a book, you have to make choices about the scenarios you've been placed in. It makes you just really put you in someone else's shoes and makes you consider things from different people's perspectives, and maybe that even if it's tackling some issues, the ones that you maybe dealt with, the fact that you're taken out of your skin and put in someone else's, and you've got it's slightly removed from yourself, that maybe may allow people to to help with things that they're dealing with, working through things they're dealing with in the real world too.
And it's always it's interesting to see how games tackle it, because some games do brilliantly with mental health, such as the ones we've discussed, such as bigger titles like Senua's Sacrifice, which is very well researched into psychosis. And then obviously you have ones that try but kind of fall flat, which for me, I appreciate them trying.
Yeah.
I think... Oh, sorry.
No, do go on.
I was going to say, from a developer point of view, I think when you're making a game, you get quite close to it. It's hard to kind of see what it is sometimes, and I think we tried really hard with the story of Rookie, and in it the hero Tuve, she's we don't do lots of exposition at the start. We just drop you into the game and don't really tell you what's going on and allow the player to explore the scenarios and what's happening. But it does deal with themes of loss, and when you're making the game, you're trying to make sure you're making a game that treats the subject matter seriously, but also engages people as well and isn't too didactic. And at the end of 3 years, you're a bit too close, so you don't really know how the story or the themes are going to land. And so it's really, from that side of things, it's really interesting. And we were really relieved to the response that those things got. We weren't entirely sure how much people would even pick up on them, and so we've been quite shocked by some of the pleasantly shocked by some of the messages we received of people saying that really reminded me of this, or thank you for doing this. We had some really amazing messages, and sometimes things that we hadn't even considered. And I think that's the other thing, is that people will project onto your game, or they'll project onto a game that they're playing, and also like fill in some of the blanks with their own experiences. So you may find as a developer that actually things may resonate with people in ways that you don't expect. And again, that's another really powerful thing about games.
I mean, I think it's a relief that, at least off the top of my head, while there are games out there that, you know, do get mental health representation wrong, I don't see malice in the sort of the intent to develop those games. It feels like, you know, where there are harmful depictions of mental health, it's because they're playing to a cliche. Like, for example, you know, Outlast is a very scary game, but it's also set in an asylum for no discernible reason. Whereas, you know, there are other games like the Town of Light, for example, that reviewed very well, and people really felt like their depiction of, you know, the abandoned asylum in Italy was actually, you know, very tastefully done. I personally had issues with it, but then that's another part of the puzzle, is that everyone is different, and everything they sort of, you know, everyone's going to bring their own stuff to the table. You know, like, yeah, so where I felt like it actually failed the protagonist in revealing at one moment that, you know, the asylum, which is shown as this horrible, oppressive atmosphere, they've actually got it right, and there is something wrong with her, and you can't trust her as a narrator. It's like, well, it felt like it undid a lot of the game's message for me, but that's something I took from it, and not necessarily others. So it's a difficult ground to tread, and, you know, as I understand it, development is not easy under any circumstance. So yeah, it's a relief that there aren't people out there deliberately trying to be like, we're going to tackle mental health in a really awful way in this game.
Yeah, I think mental health is, you can't get it right entirely when it comes to producing a game, whether you're dealing with loss like in Roki, whether you're dealing with depression, suicide. It's everyone's experience of mental health is unique. It's entirely based on your life experiences, how you react to it, your biological makeup. And you can't get it perfect, but you can make a difference. And I think that's what a lot of game developers are going for now. And it's making a difference, which is the main thing.
I think it's really interesting with Roki. I don't think at any point we really set out to make a game about, you know, we actually started off with fantastical adventure, Scandinavian folklore, and then, you know, when you look, okay, well, we want to make realistic characters, you know, and how, you know, and they are kind of quite stylized and cartoony looking. And I think that's the thing of like, well, if you want to make realistic characters, you know, everyone is dealing with something, and, you know, no one is like normal, and so everyone's working through something. And actually, in some ways, you're going to make an interesting character, they're always going to be dealing with something. And it's like, well, what is that? If it's, you know, it's an exterior threat, but, you know, actually when you look internally, make an interesting character about what kind of things they're tackling, and then you start to draw from some of your own experiences. Yeah, so I think it's, I suspect that more of the prominence of mental health issues in games is people drawing from their own experiences, and wanting to make interesting and believable characters, and yeah, and to do that, there'll always be some kind of conflict or someone working through something. So I think that's yeah, it's exciting to see developers drawing on their own experiences or their team's experiences, and yeah, and creating characters that are more nuanced and working through things in their games.
I mean, if anyone else has any other points, feel free to go for it. If not, I'm going to segue. I wish I had an actual segue. That would make that funny. I'd fall off it. It's fine.
They're not street legal in the UK, so.
Oh yeah, they're not.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
Disappointing.
You can only use a Segway on private land in the UK.
Oh man.
They're not in street.
My commute has been ruined.
That's the reason.
Sorry, we derailed your segue. What were you going to say?
Oh yeah.
We're going to move into gaming as a coping mechanism, which is a big point for me. I'm going to show a little video from one of special effects folks, Becky, who also known as, I think, Eye Gaze Girl.
And she has severe quadriplegic cerebral palsy. So she uses eye gaze, which is an eye-controlled system. So yeah, Becky was kind enough to...
Hi guys, this is Eye Gaze Girl, also known as Becky. Video games are so much fun, and I like designing things and exploring virtual worlds. I like the challenge of some games and finding different ways to be creative. When I play video games, I fully immerse myself in the game as it helps me to relax and forget my troubles. In my everyday life, I am faced with many challenges and struggles. This can sometimes make me feel upset and frustrated. But over the years, with the help of special effects, I've had support to find the right adaptive equipment and what works well for me to enable me to play video games, and that help has been invaluable. There are lots of things that I can't do myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement. I love playing video games with my friends, and it has given me more in common with them and has allowed me to be totally included in the fun as an equal player. I think it has changed the way that my friends see me, and it makes me feel less disabled. Having access to video games has changed my life and brought me happiness when I have felt sad. To others, they are just video games, but to me, they are so much more than that. Goodbye.
So Becky spoke a few years ago at one of our we have a winter get together at the special effect offices, and she did a whole speech about how special effects had been helping her, and one of my favorite memories from that is that she was just describing the games that she was playing, and you know, the stuff that she was doing in Minecraft. She was building like a theater and putting on a play with her friends, which is that sort of community and escapism element of games, and then these like shared experiences that I think everyone has with games in some way or another. Like she was saying that she loved playing The Sims, and she loved killing them off in different ways, and it was just brilliant to see this like really sweet little girl being like, yes, I love to kill them in different ways. And all the adults in the room going, ha, and just everyone who's ever played The Sims before thinking, yeah, I've done that.
Anyone who's played The Sims are like,
you just sell the pool ladder.
What if I remove this door?
Yeah, take that ladder out the pool. There you go. And it's just that that shared inclusion and community.
I think especially right now with obviously the whole situation going on in the world, the worldwide nature of games has been a very big way to bring people together, which, like, obviously it's not the same as being able to sit down and play in person, but you still get to talk. You still get to talk to people. You get to meet new people. Like, I've got a couple of games and things that I had brand new groups that I hadn't met before lockdown that we now all meet and play fairly regularly, and it's a good way to meet new people and to just be able to escape from the world for a while.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that I'm guessing some games, even if they're not really intended to be, can be quite meditative in the way of if it's a simple thing, it's something that's very absorbing. I'm guessing just everyone, obviously, at the moment is very worried about all manner of things. Like everything is pretty concerning at the moment. So having games is a way of like unhooking your brain or hooking your brain to something else, and through a period of time, just getting out of a cycle of thinking about things. I think is a really powerful thing as games. Coping thing. And like I think one of the games I really like to play to unwind is Avra Is You. just 'cause it's like they're kind of like it's really like logic problems of how you pair these things together, and you really have to get okay, well this and that, and you have to really focus on it. There's no time pressure. The music's kind of cool. Yeah, I think it's really, and it's some in weird ways some of the games that you don't expect to be there like relaxing. So I'm a big fan of the From Software games, and I find them quite relaxing to play in a weird way, because even though it's like they're quite hard or can be quite hardcore, there's something about that being so absorbing, and you have to really be there and focusing on it. There's you can't really be thinking about anything else. And obviously, there's the games that are just quite chill, Animal Crossing as well. So
I've been playing Townscaper recently. It's just this little tool where you like build a town, but the sound design has just something about it just mesmerizes me, and I'm like, oh, blinky blonky, put down the town, lovely.
Blinky blonky,
blinky blonky music.
That's how I program.
Tetris is another one that has been proven to help. First of all, it helps prevent PTSD. Like the research, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope somebody corrects me if I am, but the research was that if you give somebody Tetris to play after a traumatic event, they're less likely to lock in that traumatic event. They're less likely to develop PTSD. And that was really interesting in my childhood, growing up with a rather traumatic childhood. I played a lot of Tetris, and looking back at it, I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know it was a coping mechanism. It was a way for me to walk away and step away, and then, okay, we're arguing here. Okay, I'm gonna walk away, and I would just play Tetris. Like I had this little, like literally was a screen. It had like 500 games or something on it, and they were all like block and cube based. And so I had Tetris, and to this day, like when I get stressed out or something, I sit down and I play Tetris. Although Nintendo's made it a little stressful with Tetris 99. Tetris.
Yeah.
It's still awesome, and I still love it, and I still find it very, very soothing and removing from the current, like Alex was saying, removing from the current environment and putting you in somewhere else.
I think one of the remarkable things about kind of seeking out that experience, and it's something that video games are very well positioned to deliver, is consistency. Because some people, when they're stressed, they'll go for a walk, or they'll read a book, or they'll cook something, or whatever it is. Obviously variables can get in the way. It might be raining, or they might be just fatigued and the walk isn't rewarding or whatever. But video games, by their very nature, each time you boot them up, are largely the same. You get the same experience from Tetris, playing against 98 other people on the internet versus a 500 game screen. And for me, like Stardew Valley, I think for a lot of people is a really good game to sort of switch off. And with that, I know, like, I'll wake up, here are my animals, here are the tasks I have to do today. The music is always a delight, and it's that consistency, but combined with that sense of agency, I think, that really makes it such a useful media to sort of step into. Although I have to say, I didn't know anything about the kind of the mental health representation in Stardew Valley, because when I play it, I don't talk to anyone. I'm in year maybe.
That's a way to cope too,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But,
it's my player is a hermit, basically. Like I go into town every few weeks to buy seeds. Whereas there is still one person I've not met, and I'm on year 3 or 4, I think. Just because I just like plugging away at my farm,
There must be like urban legends about the farmer.
Yes, the man with the mayonnaise empire, I think they call me.
The mayonnaise. Mayonnaise costs a lot of money. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it too. I actually don't like mayonnaise in real life, so the idea of running a mayonnaise empire is horrifying.
That's where the money is.
There's money in the mayonnaise stand.
Stardew and Animal Crossing have been a big one for kind of a sense of accomplishment.
Yeah.
I was saying before we started recording that I part of my job with special effects is to go to the real world events, which are obviously hi EGX. Hello. And I was saying I miss certain things about that I just didn't think I'd miss, like the train travel and the tube and the underground and all that. And I miss that to an extent that I've actually started building a special effects stand in Animal Crossing, and we do a special effects stream every other Friday, and we've had guests come to the special effects stand in Animal Crossing. And there's this really nice kind of, I don't know, familiarity, and you can build that, you know, nice space to enjoy for yourself. And yeah, it's been a weird time.
That is an understatement.
Yeah, yeah.
With Animal Crossing, that's probably because it's almost like a bonsai tree, isn't it? You can have just get things just how you want them, and it's almost like you're constructing this safe space, somewhere you feel really comfortable when you have control over it. There's really. I think I played it. I've made like a Twin Peaks island. So basically, I had like the lodge, and then I had like a diner, and it's that kind of thing of like, oh, I'll get this, and you're slowly building up this thing. It's very, a very rewarding thing to keep on leveling up, and then you stand back and go, my kingdom,
my mayonnaise empire.
That's the name of the panel now.
No, my hidden shame.
No, I had a experience the other day. I had like a really down day the other day, and I managed to get up and do, like, I've been doing Ring Fit Adventure at the moment, and I managed to do my Ring Fit for the day, and that was kind of my only achievement for that day, apart from getting out of bed, which always counts. But games do have that. It's like with Stardew, you do, like, you get to the next day and you've sold your items and you fed your animals, and you do feel like you've achieved something. It's something that is tangible compared to the rest of the world.
Grounding.
Yes, that is a word.
Yeah, I've started using Ring Fit Adventure quite a lot recently, because, you know, like a lot of people, I've stopped leaving the house very much because of COVID restrictions, and I stopped exercising at all, and it's been really nice, a really nice motivator just to go on it and be like, all right, well, I may not do as much as I did yesterday, or maybe I'll do a bit more. It doesn't really matter as long as I, strap a Joy-Con to my leg and sort of bounce around the living room for a bit. I think that game is a really good example of just gamifying, as annoying as that word is, things that are good for you. It's all positivity. It doesn't guilt trip you at all as a game. It doesn't say, oh, you didn't do as well today as you have before, or it's been X number of days since we last seen you. It's all just like, you're doing great, keep going. Like, you need to stand up now, but take your time. Are you drinking enough water? Like, it's a game that is just delighted you've shown up, and I think that is something that is really nice for people to get as a targeted form of feedback, especially if they may not get that from other avenues in life, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the fact that actually not just about, it's got yoga stuff in it as well. It's got the relaxation things in it as well. So it's not just about like bulking up or getting stronger. It's also about balance and relaxation as well, which it feels very well rounded. Really enjoy it. I was very skeptical because I thought it might be like quite gimmicky. So I think a lot of people have maybe expected it to be quite gimmicky, and then given it a go and like, wow, this feels like really, like, it's really well considered and really fun to play. And really inviting. Yeah, I find it really quite a chilled place to be.
Yeah. Unlike, if everybody remembers the Wii Fit board, which was judgmental bastard.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it had a lot to say about your weight, about how long it's been, how that was an attempt at creating a fitness game that did motivate quite a few people and got people into exercising. But like, I feel like Ring Fit Adventure does a way more inviting, kind of to echo what you were saying, a way more inviting job of doing the same thing.
It's a bit like that person you walk past in a crowd that just gives you a side eye for no reason, and it's like, what?
What I do?
I'm just walking, leave me alone.
That's hopefully a good example of Nintendo getting it not quite right the first time, and then listening to community feedback. And I think just going back to what we were saying about how you can never really get it 100% right with mental health representation in games, and that's okay, because the experience is different for every single person, and any community manager can tell you, you're never going to please everybody. But there are things that people can do as writers, developers, game makers in general, to try and get it as right as possible. And talking to charities such as Safe in Our World can really help with that. So I encourage people to reach out, speak to your community as well, because there will be community members who go through different things, and just talk to people. And Safe in Our World are a fantastic resource for that.
Thank you for plugging the charity that I should be plugging.
You're welcome.
I really
Cross
appreciate
charity
somebody
plugging
doing
there. Look
it.
at that.
Everyone plug each other. It makes things easier.
Good, good.
I think from an indie developer point of view as well, it's really good to get, if you are making a game that tackles like some issues, whatever they may be, it's good to get extra hours in your game, especially if you're a tiny team. We do a lot of user testing and focus testing stuff, and that's not just about like, is the puzzle too hard? It's also about the themes and the writing. I think if you are quite close to something, it's always good to get an extra perspective, and because like different things will resonate with different people. It's always good to see not just user testing your design, but also the story and and the themes, and seeing how they land with people, and just like whether people is there anything they find problematic about it, or and sometimes it can be quite subtle things, but it's always good to do. I think that's I think user testing and getting other eyes in your game, because you can be quite close to it, is just a really good thing to do, just to get different people's perspective on things, see how what different things people take.
I think that really nicely segues into community.
Yes.
Right?
It's as if we planned it.
Planning here in this house at this time of year.
In this house, we do not plan.
I love how you go for "in this house we do not plan," and I just immediately went for
Steamed hams.
hams.
There it is.
My age is showing. I went for the meme. Community is a very big thing, and the idea of one person speaking up, giving someone else the courage to be able to speak up, is actually why I started my site in the first place. It's very much like games and things recently have been doing a lot more where they are opening up those conversations and those opportunities for people to either reach out for help or to find people who, like, mental health is a very isolating thing. You feel like something's wrong with you. You feel like you are the only one in that situation. You feel that people will not understand. And I think games are doing a very good job recently of building those communities where you realize, as much as your experience is unique, you aren't alone, which is dramatic. Most dramatic thing I've said today.
I don't think that's dramatic at all.
No, that was great.
Yeah.
I have a great example of that from the Special Effect Volunteer Squad.
Go for it.
We have a great number of members. They're all absolutely amazing. Shout out to the squad. I'm still calling it a squad. I'm staying in 2016. Thank you very much. But two of my volunteers both have EPD, and one of them was talking about it on social media, and they had followed each other, and the other one was, I think, just diagnosed and really struggling with it, and they ended up chatting and connecting and making good friends and just being there for each other, really. And it's just this wonderful example of how, if you're comfortable talking about your mental health struggles or just talking to people generally, and again, this word's kind of like a bit like gamification, and it's been going around all over the place, but just normalizing the idea of talking about mental health as something that everyone goes through in one way or another, or and that's it. I've seen firsthand how much that can help people, and it's been a really lovely thing to watch.
Normalizing is spot on the word of kind of, because it is completely normal.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's just
statistically, I think it's 1 in 4 people now will suffer from a mental health condition in their lifetime. And it's normal. It's not is not something that needs to be like completely fixed or removed. Like for me, I've very much accepted that as much as my conditions affect me, it is also a part of me, and it does impact the decisions I've made. Like I would not be sat here doing this if it wasn't for what I've been through. And obviously there are some bits I wish I could have skipped or hit no thank you on, but these experiences make you the people that you are, and it's, I think games allowing people to realize that and to go, no, you aren't alone. Like look around, and it's more of a, because obviously if someone tells you you're not alone, it's a bit like when someone tells you to calm down when you're having an anxiety attack. It's like, really, I never thought of that. Thank you.
Very helpful.
So helpful.
This helps
Have you
me
tried
right now.
not being depressed?
Yes. Well,
Oh,
none
thanks,
of us try
Margaret.
that. No, nobody with depression has ever tried not being depressed, and or smiling, or just laughing, or my favorite, just enjoying a sunset. You know, stuff like that, or doing some yoga. The list is endless. You can tell. I can go on, but in terms of communities, my community was literally built around talking about mental health in an open way, and that has been the biggest honor from starting a community. I remember my first stream, sitting there, you know, swallowing hard and being like, okay, so I have depression, and yeah, to a place where it's bigger than any one person in our community, where it's an idea, it's a concept. You know, we've created this idea of be the light, which is, you know, if you feel like the world is dark and people are crap and nobody will be kind to you, try to go out there and initiate that kindness and love, and whatever else you're looking for yourself, give that to somebody else, and you know, and maybe you'll get it back. And mental health is, like you said, it's just health, but your mental health. There's physical health and there's mental health, and you won't just because you don't, you know, suffer from a diagnosable condition in your life doesn't mean you'll never feel down and like you're worthless or useless or your efforts were for nothing, or any of those things that, you know, for people with depression can get to extremes. And just recognizing that it is, you know, if I have to listen to poor Barbara, we've been picking on her, but if I have to listen to, you know, Barbara tell me about her husband's back condition and how he's getting surgery, and, you know, and I sit in when I used to be in an office and I used to listen and give empathy, I feel like I should be able to also tell back to Barbara, you know, I really felt depressed and I had a hard time yesterday and I couldn't get out of bed, and that's why I wasn't at work, and not be judged for it. And if we can create, the more media in general that we can create that makes that normal, the more normal it is for, you know, people coming up in the world. And that's it. That's the goal. That's the goal of safe in our world. That's the goal of really just being human, just accepting what the human condition is with all of its negatives and positives.
I am.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was really well said.
That was awesome.
That was long.
I think sort of the only thing I really had to follow with that is that, I mean, like, you know, I've tried to do sort of community facing stuff with mental health as part of my work, but I have a group of friends that I play Sea of Thieves with a lot. And before you sort of go out sailing in Sea of Thieves, it's a really good idea to stock up on cannonballs and fruit and planks of wood and just general supplies. And I don't really know when it started, but that time has sort of just become the bit where we check in on one another, because no one's doing anything particularly complicated, but it takes up about 10 to 15 minutes, and it's always at the start of an evening. So be like, hey, how's it going? Be like, but more often than not, it's got to the point now where it'll be like, how's it going? It'll be like, rubbish, here's why, and bang, we're straight into mental health discussion, which is nice, because it carries on for as long as we need it to, and then we go, right, should we go to sea? It's like, yeah, and then we immediately go into just dumb pirate fun. And I don't know, like, there's just something about Sea of Thieves and about the sort of the small sort of community of friends I'm a part of that we play it regularly. They just sort of, they clicked, and it meant that, yeah, we've sort of accidentally built up a sort of boozy support group for one another. which is it's pleasant.
No, I mean, like the people that know me more personally will know I've been like a big part of certain communities for a good few years now, and like through some of the more formative experiences of my life. And a lot of these people that I play games and things with now is very much, we kind of have an unspoken kind of system where it's, you do understand when someone's having an off day, or you understand when someone's like needs to step away because their anxiety is peaking or something. And that is, having the games around that gives something that, I mean, for me, it's one of my main issues has always been with anxiety is when you're about to have an anxiety attack, part of that anxiety comes from then being the center of attention during that moment. And it's like, no, thank you. And having something central to focus on, like a game, and just stepping away from the mic for a while has allowed, I think it has allowed a lot more people to be a bit more vocal.
And I mean, hopefully, in the future when things are back to normal, although I'm kind of loath to use that term, that will make having that conversation, saying that I'm not okay in this situation, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed, just need to go be quiet for a bit, will normalize being able to say that and make it kind of a more accepted thing that people just do. It's just so important to be able to remove yourself from the situation occasionally. So hopefully that is a bit more normalized in the future.
I found events have a lot more safe spaces and quiet zones nowadays, which very, very much appreciated. Like they have like quiet zone tents and stuff. Like I know Checkpoint did one at EGX in October. I don't know, time is a madness.
There are also the AFK rooms at PAX, which are delightful. I went to one when I was really anxious before a panel I had to run. So I was interviewing Mike Pondsmith, so it was proper like bucket list stuff for me. And I just went and sat there in this nice little atrium. At one point somebody came over and whispered to me to ask if I wanted some water, and apart from that it was just this little oasis of calm. And you know, occasionally maybe you'd accidentally make eye contact with somebody, you'd both give each other a little smile, and then I was able to step out straight back into an arcade zone that had loads of, you know, laser sound effects going off at ear-splitting volumes, and it was such a brilliant lifeline, I think. So yeah, it's nice that those spaces are becoming more common. I just wish they would become a bit more prevalent, you know. Like I think
these big events where we can all come together about something we really enjoy, like video games, I think once we have a community understanding that these are needed rather than these are a fun little extra.
Yeah.
I think also the presence of some of those zones at the big events, almost, it's just really good to highlight to people that there is an option there. People might not have even considered that. Why do I feel a certain way like 7 hours into this day? And like actually they go, oh, there's this thing on the map. What is it? And it's just kind of actually, they may not even identify that they have a need within themselves. I think the presence of those. I think we were very fortunate that the Checkpoint one was really close to where we were demoing Rookie. It was really nice to basically be able to step out and sit in a beanbag and just have some time. I think it's almost like they're kind of there's a need there, and actually the fact that the people who are aware of it can go and utilize it, and it's really good for raising the visibility of people who don't quite know that they need it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And on that note, I think we will round things up, because we may chat all day otherwise, and we all have other things to do. I want to say a big thank you to the four of you for joining me for this. It means a great deal to me, and I hope it'll mean a great deal to anyone watching this.
And thanks to you for running such a nice, well-rounded panel. It's been really nice to come on and have a chat.
Really, really awesome.
Hope everyone else enjoys the rest of EGX Digital. Be sure to check out everyone's links. Be sure to check out Special Effect, Safe in Our World, Roki, and Icebreaker. And me as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I forgot myself.
Yeah, do go to Mind Games. It's a fantastic resource. Like, honestly, go.
and I hope everyone has a lovely day. Be sure to take time for yourself if you need it.
Game begin.
What on earth is a global digital event, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. This event is a gathering of hot gaming content that you would have been able to see at PAX West in Seattle, PAX Australia in Melbourne, or EGX in London in September, before COVID changed the world in what, let's be honest, is a storyline from a video game. In fact, it's bound to spawn many post-viral games in the near future. We'll be hunting through the city streets, crafting masks from animal hides, and all while still on furlough. Instead, you can sit at home and take in all the delights of a truly global event, enjoying the food from your kitchen at a reasonable price, and have a seat guaranteed all day. Amazing! At this event, you'll be able to poke around over 200 booths on the show floor, and have a deep dive into some great curated content you might not have seen before. And it's all in one place, like a show. Just have a click around and discover stuff, then click further and discover more stuff. The show floor, or Expo Hall if you're speaking American, is just part of the event we're presenting. On top of the Expo Hall, we also offer you some of the highlights of any PAX or EGX show. Tons of brilliant panels. You'll be able to visit the site, paxegx.com, and navigate your way via the show floor to the massive schedule. It's like a Glastonbury festival of gaming, with massive headline acts and loads of interesting things to watch in the meantime. There will always be something great in there just for you. The Daily Wrap from Virgin Media, presented at 5:30 UK time each day. This will be brought to you by a mix of the brilliant teams at Outside Xbox and Outside Extra, Eurogamer, and Rock Paper Shotgun. They'll highlight the hotspots from the show day that's just happened and look forward to what's coming up next, all using boss-level broadband for gamers. Meet up on Discord. We all know that hanging out with your friends is a really important part of going to an event. Meeting people you already know, making new friends, and hanging out. The Left Field Collection is a must-see for attendees looking for the new, unique, and challenging works going on in games. This is a platform for titles and projects that like to do things a little differently, and promises to always have something interesting to check out. With over 100 indie titles at this year's show, there's going to be tons to discover. There are loads of other features, including speedrunning, cosplay, some interesting limited edition retail opportunities, and board games, with loads of videos from our partners at Dicebreaker. Exclusive event merch! What with this being the first time we've done a standalone digital event, this merch will be very limited edition. Show off to your friends with a fetching new hat, at a distance of 2 meters or greater, or grab something special for a loved one or hated enemy. The shop's live now, and you can find it on this site or by searching for the EGX store. And if it's PAX merch you're after, you can search for that too. That's a taste of what to look out for while you're strolling around the digital show floor. There's loads of hot gaming content to come over the next few days. Some of it's live now, and some will be going live later, so be sure to check out all the booths to find out more. Oh, and don't worry if you miss a panel. Everything is going to be uploaded soon after to the EGX YouTube channel. But, you know, always better to see it first, right? In the meantime, here are some of the things to keep an eye on.
Hello, and welcome to the Level Design Secrets panel at EGX Digital 2020. I'm Mark Drew from Command Studio, and I'll be the interrogator in this panel where we try to expose the long-held secrets in the world of level design. We'll be shining the light on our suspects, or our guests, to get information that others are too scared or perhaps have signed more NDAs to divulge. Under the spotlight are Valentina Chrysostomou, known for working on titles such as Red Dead Redemption 2 and Ant Workshop's Dead End Job. She's now lead game designer at Command Studio. Hello, Valentina.
Hi, everybody. It's nice being here.
Nice to have you on the show. From Coatsing Shu to now working at Hangar 13 on the masterful remake of Mafia, level designer Jonathan Wilson. Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, everyone.
And last but not least, best known for Silent Hill Origins and Silent Hill Shattered Memories, that is best played on a Wii apparently, Rob McLaughlin, lead designer at the Chinese Room. Hello, Rob.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you here, and I'm going to now start by asking you some questions, and going to get my handy notepad to really get some questions going. So, forget what you do right now, right? Let's travel back in time and forget that you're a level designer. And remember, like, those few times that you started doing this job, and what are the misconceptions that you had before you started the job with the ones that you kind of find out whilst on the job, like in the first few years, if you can rewind your brain back in time? Who would like to go first?
I'll start with that. I'll cast my mind back to being a foolish young level designer.
We can do the going back in time.
Let's slip back in time and see what I did wrong. So when I first started being a level designer, I started in doing Quake levels, and with that, it was a case of creating a corridor and then building a room off a corridor and then building another room off that and then another room and then seeing what the hell happened. Those days are long gone. It's brilliant. We're now much more professional. We make plans. We draw things out on paper. We write down story beats. We get everything all ready, and by the time we start putting things in an engine, we're already well on the way to making a great level. So that secret is planning.
Oh, and spreadsheets, I presume.
Oh yeah, lots of spreadsheets. Yeah, very colourful spreadsheets.
Jonathan, can you wind your mind back?
I think it's like, for me, it's going through a lot of different phases, but a lot like Rob, it definitely comes down to the planning process, and I think underestimating how much is actually involved in the planning of a level and how much you're actually responsible for. So it's like early on, a lot of people can think, and I think we still get the misconception sometimes is, oh, you're just responsible for the layout. Nope. You will be responsible for first doing the layout, but then scripting all the logic, chasing up all the asset requests and everything like that. You basically become like a mini producer of your own space, which has a whole different like role and skill set in itself. And obviously I love that now, but it was a lot more than what I actually expected the initial role to be when I first started doing it professionally. Because I used to just like building spaces, right? I'm not a programmer. Like, the logic can be done somewhere else.
How about you, Valentina?
I have to agree with all of that, and also add that I think when I first started, I was thinking more of environment art rather than level design, and I was thinking, oh, I want to place all these things and like make it look pretty and add the lighting and do all the things that don't first establish the flow or don't first establish the space and the metrics and the base things that you need to have in a level. So I think that was kind of like a mistake, because you really want to jump in and want to see everything finished instead of like understanding that it's all about working from the beginning on very rough designs, and then maybe you'll end up getting there.
So now that you've got that young person there, what bit of advice would you tell them to, yourself joining in?
I think that iteration would be key, and to be patient, and a lot of things will evolve over time, and that's something that's, you can't just rush. Everything's gonna come along together nicely at the end. You just have to like make sure that you do your research and you know what your story is, and you know maybe what kind of assets will you have, and just the scope of the game and all of that, and then think about how beautiful it will look, and getting it all done. It'll get there at one point.
Rob, is there any advice you give your young self?
I think it's that very first bit of planning. It's that kind of almost mission statement for the level. When I cast my mind back to how I used to create levels, I think it's the most successful levels I made, and continue to. When I see successful levels, I think they've always got something in common, which is a mission statement that says, this is what this level is trying to do. This is what I'm trying to do with this level. This is what I'm trying to achieve. This is what I want the player to feel and experience when they're playing the level. So that very first bit of planning before you put almost anything else on paper, that's that key thing that I'd say to my younger self. Do that first and everything will follow.
What about you, Jonathan?
I think similar to Valentino and Rob, it's setting that goal. And if you have that one very critical, defined goal for what you want to achieve with your level, if you achieve that and nothing else, then you've still established something like kind of successful, and you've paid that off at the same time. And that might be the big set piece, or it's the big story beat or the narrative beat that has to punch in. But if that's the one objective of your space, at least you know that from the get-go, and everything else builds towards that. It's having a mission statement.
Mission statement. I like that. And I like that as well, that mission statement is both like a very corporate thing. Our mission statement today is this, but it's also like, no, that your mission statement is like, we're going to go and shoot all the bad guys. So we're going to have loads of bad guys. That's the mission. And that's the statement for my mission.
Exactly.
Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's the levels that I'm building.
I don't know how you plan your days out, Mark.
Well, you gotta have a hobby, Rob. You gotta have a hobby. next question. From Blocktober to various different other, like showcases of people's level design work, I think sometimes you can have the conception that all that level designers do is make grey box levels, right? How close to the truth do you think this is? Is this like what a level designer does? I mean, I realize that we have like different levels companies here, and I wanted to get your views at kind of like different levels.
I'll start. I think it really varies from company to company. There are still some companies which have the old style level designers who will be part environment artist and who will be placing a lot of assets and stuff in the level. But I think that I would be on solid ground to say that generally in the industry now, a level designer is someone who doesn't do that but has a hand in that. And like Jonathan was saying earlier, you are the producer for your level. You are producer for the gameplay that happens in your level. So you will be doing blockouts, yes, and you will be writing narrative beats, yes, and you will be doing the scripting. So I think in some ways blockout is a first bit of a very long process, because one thing that people don't appreciate sometimes is that once you've done your blockout, sometimes that's it and it's locked down and it goes to art and they're going to work on it out and you can't change anything, because if you do, your actual producer will get very, very cross with you, because they'll have to schedule art time to redo all the layout that you've done. So
all
often
the pretty things,
you get shunted off into a layer that only has the gameplay in, and you can mess around with that as much as you want and change that and put a little scripting in that, but you're not doing blockout anymore after that, on pain of death.
I'll kind of jump off the back of what Rob said. He's right. Like, the blockout can always be a part of it, but it does differ studio to studio, and especially on the type of game you're doing. Like, if let's say, for example, you might be building something like GTA, which is quite art driven. It's a recreation of a city or something like that. The blockout becomes less important, and you'll do it for your mission space, but it'll be farmed off to art a lot sooner than what you might be if you're doing a fantasy game or a sci-fi game, where you can take a little bit more liberties with what you're building. But yeah, it's a very small part of the puzzle in the overall level design thing. A lot of it now comes down to you script the logic. You have to take ownership of the space. It's your responsibility to make sure the gameplay still comes across. You have to work with the artist once your blockout is gone to make sure the gameplay intent doesn't get lost in all the art that goes in, all the lighting.
Well, the mission statement at the beginning, right? So like you're
exactly
in charge of how the art works with the mission statement.
Yeah, so you fundamentally just become like a producer on that side while you're putting all this gameplay logic in, and it's your responsibility to make sure what you designed is still there at the end of the day once all of this stuff comes online. So the blockout is a very small part of the actual process of a level designer.
I would like to add on top of that actually something a little bit different, which is when you're working for an indie studio, like on a smaller indie game, blockouts might just not be as prominent as they are in AAA, so you might do simple designs of what it might look like, and if it's a 2D game, it might not be the traditional kind of like blockout like we imagine it. It can be something that looks different, but it's still the blockout because it's still like the layout phase of your development. It's where you still have everything raw and you're testing how your mechanics feel in the level itself, so it might feel a bit different. It might be like reuse 2D assets, and that can be called the blockout of the level, and so there's just different types, I guess. It not only differs from company to company in AAA, but also might look different depending on your project. What the blockout phase is for each project might be different.
Yeah, because I guess a 2D game is going to be completely different to that, and even a third-person game, I guess, would work quite differently to a first-person game, even though because the camera's higher, you can see a little bit more, and I don't know. I haven't done a third-person game yet.
Exactly. Our viewers or listeners who are using like Super Mario Maker to make levels, when you've created a level in Super Mario Maker, or in many 2D games where you'll have a toolkit of pieces that you can use. Once you've done the block out effectively, the level is almost finished visually and gameplay wise. So that can be a really very interesting way of creating levels, because you're producing almost finished gameplay as you go. So that's a really good point from Valentina there.
Same with Dreams. I
Right.
would argue it's the same with Dreams, the game that came out on PS4. It's when we talked to Peter Field, he mentioned how you can use all the assets in the game, but they're ready. They don't have boxes for you to do blockouts. You can use the assets to make your level, your first level, basically your first level pass, and then you iterate on that. So it might look finished, it might look playable and nice. So that can still count as blockout though, right? That's still your very first pass of just to feel how the flow feels and see if there is a narrative game, if the beats are hit exactly and all of that. It's just the first iteration basically.
I think the important thing to realize is, I guess, a blockout isn't just the block mesh. It's not just the actual layout itself, right? It can be a prototype or a proof of concept for what it is you're trying to achieve. So there can even be bits of logic in there. And that's like Valentina mentioned with Dreams. In Dreams, there's assets there already, right? So it could look a lot more finished than just cubes everywhere with a bit of color on them. But it all comes down to the editor you're using or the assets you have available for you to try. But it's like going to final is when it goes to art and all the new assets go in or whatever. But whatever you've got in your toolkit or your arsenal could still be classed as the blockout phase based on the assets provided to you.
Because sometimes I think, and this is a story I heard from Creative Assembly when they're putting together Alien Isolation, it was very difficult to do the block out and the game engine until you added a lot more art and mood, because otherwise, even as a prototype, right? This is a prototype phase, and Rob might be able to tell me more, but because it was going to work or not work, and even as a prototype, as a block out, it had to have all these different elements in it for you to see if it was going to work. I mean, obviously, this is a much bigger game that did work, but I'm sure there's lots of games that have or have not done that.
I think I'm sure there are other genres where it's also a big issue, but horror is particularly exposed to that problem in that a lot of the atmosphere and sort of player narrative that you're trying to deliver is based a lot on finished visuals and audio. And when you might play through a horror level in blockout form, and you might think it's completely missing the mark, and you find out very, very late whether you've been successful or not. And if you're lucky, you have the time, if you've made any major mistakes in how you thought the horror was going to work, you've got time to go back over your previous levels and change them.
That's also an interesting point about horror games, because you have to believe in your scares throughout the whole development because you're used to them, and you might go through them over and over again even at the end and not feel the actual horror of the game, but it might work on other people when they play for the first time, but for you it might just like, oh no, like I don't think this works, but it can actually work. That's why fresh eyes, I think, especially at the end of the development for a horror game, is really important.
Yeah, and that can go for... Oh, sorry, Jonathan, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think with horror, like, it is the atmosphere. So your layout might not be so important. Like, the haunted house is going to be built by an artist to a very specific skill, but you'd be looking at different aspects, I guess. You'd be prototyping the kind of, like Valentina said, the scares and things like that, which are all well and good during that phase to prove them out. But by the end of the project, you're desensitized to this probably. So this is where we move into stuff like looking at usability testing and focus testing, because you're no longer going to be scared by your own stuff, right? And no one on the dev team probably is by this point.
Yeah, I was reading a very interesting thing about Edith Finch the other day. One of the levels which emotionally hit me the hardest, well, probably of almost any level in any recent game, was the bathtub level. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's not played that marvellous game, but the conclusion of that is a real sort of gut shot. And I saw someone said that when the development team were making that, they weren't really thinking about the emotional impact anymore. They were just trying to get the damn thing to work. And so it didn't all these emotions and narrative beats, they don't come together until quite late, and they don't work until it's there in front of the player, because the development team like Valentina said, they're very, very used to these things, and they just don't see them after a while. They just see them as problems to be
and
solved.
I think that's why a lot of development companies take their time to polish the games. It's like why they're delayed and everything, because you only see what your game feels like and looks like and what it plays like after it's finished, after it's kind of close to the finishing line, and you can see the main vision, and everybody can see the main vision of the development team. Because if you start working on something and you're at the first 2 years and everything's just basically a block out mesh and the characters animations are barely working, and you can't really see that, you have to have a lot of faith in the project. So yeah, I think absolutely it needs to like reach close to the finish line. That's where you start seeing what works and what doesn't, and that's when you actually start fixing and changing stuff properly to make it feel good.
And also, I guess to match the mission statement, right? Sorry, Jonathan, because
you go ahead, because it kind of follows off what you're saying about mission statements. So go on.
Well, no, there was just that. It's like, you've gotten to the end. Let's say we're building a horror thing for whatever reason. I mean, not that I just introduced you as the guy that knows Silent Hill a little bit well on the Wii, but if you've got a mission statement, so this is the feeling that we're trying to give the player here. This is the thing. After 6 months of working on that level, or however long it is, you ain't going to be feeling that, right? You're going to be, that texture's off, that that trigger's not doing the right thing. You would have completely not forgotten, but emotionally forgotten that. So like when you get to the end, you have to see, are our players receiving what we wrote down here? Well, hopefully.
But the other thing is with that, obviously, game development's a long, kind of drawn out process, right? So when you do come up with that vision or that mission statement at the very beginning, like you become the vision holder, and you've got to squint and really look at the level. And when everything comes online, when the animations work right, when the sound comes in, you've got to believe in the idea that that's when the feeling's going to come together. But that doesn't come together until so late in development. You kind of just you pray and hope it's going to work. And obviously you've laid all the groundwork, you've did all the research, you've laid out the plan of how everything should come together. But there is an event where if that doesn't work, that's where you need to have that polish time carved out, so you have some time to adjust and tweak. It's like, what's missing the mark, or like, what is that audio cue that you thought would come and pay it all off? Is this VO conversation not working right? But because all this stuff comes together at different times, like, you have to have a little bit of chance to polish or correct it.
That's true. So we've scared the players, but we know that players are pretty smart. Do you know what do you think are the tricks, or the methodologies of making the player feel smarter? Do you know what I mean? It's like they've played games, they think they're pretty clued up, but in that's the job of a level designer, right? Well, and an environment artist, but it's also like part of what comes under flow. Or what do you think is a good tips or tricks to make players feel smarter? Rob?
Should I start? I should start.
Always
cool.
Rob.
Oh goodness me! Don't do that. Anyway,
we're doing a shuffled, sorted order. In other words,
brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, so my answer to that would be, it does depend on the mechanics that you've built into your game design, and the way that you've, there's a horrible word, tutorialized those or taught them to the player.
Right.
The best way of teaching a player to do something is to let them use the mechanic in such a way that they feel like they discovered it themselves, while holding their hand to an extent about how it should be done. That could be just presenting them with a really simple problem that can only be solved with the mechanic you're trying to teach them.
Was it like Half-Life had and I'm going to get this wrong, and I apologise everyone, I'm meant to be like encyclopedic knowledge of this. Was it a plank and you had a crowbar, and it's literally, here's a plank.
Yeah, that was the famous Half-Life assault course, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the infamous crouch jump that was something completely foreign to almost everyone.
The one tutorial that I know, I mean, they did a lot of stuff, but one of them is the one when you face the first time you have to take the saw blade out of
right.
God, I don't know the creature's name. I think so, yeah. And then when you take it
Oh,
out,
yes,
an
that's very
enemy
good,
comes, and then you're like, I want to like hit that enemy. You have the saw blade. I'm like, one together, boom,
Yeah.
and then you hit him, and then
The
you
first saw
understand that you
blade-
can throw those things.
Yeah, the first saw blade you find is actually in a corpse that's stuck on the wall that's obviously been chopped in half. So you pull it out, and you spent the last few minutes chucking things around with dog. So you've learned to throw things with the gravity gun, and then you pull this out, and it's just like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I need to do. And then a very slow shambling zombie comes towards you, and it's just like, yeah, I think almost everyone would do exactly the same thing at that point. It's just cut that
throw
zombie
things
off.
at it.
Yeah.
But it's those kind of hidden tricks, isn't it? It's like you're trying to set up a situation where the only output is the one that you want as a level designer.
Okay, so I've been thinking a lot recently about more systemic games like Prey and like Dishonored from the wonderful Arcane, and I was thinking about encouraging people to get high and stay high, especially in Dishonored. Now,
You
it's
mean
very interesting,
like level wise, not in any other way.
Oh yes, exactly. Yeah. Not just go to another place. I mean, I suppose you've got the outsider levels to go with that a little bit. It's really interesting to compare the way that, for example, Thief or Thief 2 or System Shock 2 might do a high route. And they would do it in such a way that it would be almost right in the player's face. So you would have a vent that was like really, really obvious.
Oh, like here.
You would go into. Yeah, exactly. And it would stand out really well. And you'd see it almost as you came in the room, and it might be difficult to get to. And you go, oh, if I go in that vent, I can do something. And that would be.
Was it the
player would
Scooby-Doo?
build.
Do you remember in Scooby-Doo cartoons? Sorry if I'm doing a bit retro here, but you know, like you'd see like the background panel was all like
right,
nicely
yeah. I know what
painted,
you mean.
and then you'd have the object.
Might be lit
just,
differently. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
a very good
shady.
thing
Point and
about.
click games had that.
Yeah, there's this very slight difference in visuals there. So, but if you take that, that's not the approach that Dishonored, for example, or Prey does nowadays. There is a sort of tissues of intertextuality or whatever that the players know that there's the ability to do these things. So it's not like these games have to teach the player like Thief and System Shock had to, because these were completely new to gaming. But in Dishonored, they'll just put in some chandeliers that are really high, and they'll look kind of inviting, but they won't be called out. They won't be placed on an altar with spotlights shining on them. They'll just be there, and the player will use the visual language that they've kind of absorbed throughout the previous bits of the game to go, oh, I can jump on those chandeliers and I can climb up there, or I can jump on that little roof and I can climb up there. If I go on those windowsills, I can get up to the top. So it's there's a lot more. I think that to go back to your question, that's the player feels far more clever and invested and engaged if you do it the second way, because they're not being like go there. It's in fact the player goes, oh, I bet no one's done this before, but of course almost everyone has.
So
I think.
Sorry, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Leading off what like kind of Rob said, I think the tutorialization thing of mechanics is obviously the first step we get. However we choose to tutorialize our mechanics is important, but the visual language, which was the next thing you kind of led onto, I think is possibly one of the most important things we do in games, especially as like level designers. Obviously, once it's decided upon like how something functions throughout a game, kind of has to always function that way, because we're trying to condition the player into understanding how something works. So being able the jump height to get onto those chandeliers, for instance, and stuff like that. So they might look inviting, but it's also they'll always be a set distance apart or at a set height and things like that as well. So all this stuff has to be consistent, from stuff you can climb across, stuff you can vault over, stuff you can climb up, and eventually the player gets into a rhythm as they're going throughout your game. But if one level in, let's say, a string of 5 or 10 levels breaks this, then you kind of have that disconnect with the player, and they're suddenly kind of like, they may just think the game's broken, but it is just, you have to be careful and find that balance, and that's why it's so important to define these things like very early on. And the visual language one can be applied to mechanics. It can just be environmental stuff for guiding the player, and as long as it's used consistently, they feel clever because they're figuring it out themselves, right? You're
Mhm.
not putting a UI icon across the map or across the border saying, jump here, go here, press this, do that. Instead, they're actually their brain's processing the brightness on the screen, the colors that appear on the screen, the type of objects they've interacted with in the past, and they just do that continually. It's like solving micro problems before they get to like the actual big objective or main objective goal.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, I remember something exactly like that, which was in one of the DLCs for Dishonored. I can't remember which one it was. And you start out on a balcony. I think it's Billy Lurk, but it might be incorrect. And there's a jump that you should make, so you're just above the guards to another tower that you can see, but your jump doesn't go that far. And you're like, wait a minute. And I think it was like, I mean, okay, it took me hours, right? But it probably takes someone a few seconds. But, you know, you're looking around going like, you want me to get there, obviously, because it's a weenie. It's a thing there. But then you're like, wait a minute, there's these lamps hanging in the middle of the, you know, that I could jump onto. Could I jump onto it? Because sometimes you jump onto things and you slide, and you like jump onto it and then do a quick jump onto the other thing, and you're like, hey, I'm the smartest person here. And then they spot you, but that's another story. So that's kind of like talking about the affordability and the actions that someone can do. But how about the inverse? How, you know, like we're making people feel smarter by discovering stuff. But what tricks do you use for people to go to areas that they shouldn't go? Like rather than having those invisible, like bouncing against a glass, like, you know, blockout zones or no-go areas. You know, what would you suggest to be like, oh no, you can't go here? I mean, apart from putting maybe like don't stop signs or something. Wasn't that like in The Last of Us, Valentina, that they had like a this is the way you go, all the street what's it called, like the one way and things like that, all were like guiding the player to the goal.
There were examples of that, yeah. I think if we want to generalize it, which is very hard because each game is different,
for
it
sure,
would be definitely. I think we're far away from putting just invisible walls, basically, or like this collision that you can't go through a thing. Depending on the game, you can have, if you can't walk into the sea, maybe the character can start walking in, but then they'll say something like, "Oh no, the water's cold," and like backtrack or something like that. So you can do you can add little details like that in your game that fit into what the game is doing, and without having to literally put a wall or like objects. You can pile up objects that make no sense sometimes, right? So I think you can do a lot of stuff like even something simple. Let's just say in the game manager, where at one point you go up in the open ocean. It's not really open though, they don't allow you to go past. There's like these fences in the water that, like in real life at one point, there's like this kind of like a fishing net. I'm not exactly sure what it's called. And you can't get past that, but that's something you'll find out in the open sea too, was to protect like sea life. So it is a way to block the player from going somewhere, but it does make sense in that context, and it does and it doesn't make you feel like, oh, the developers don't want me to go there. Obviously they want you to go there, but it's not something that's jarring as invisible walls or something that feels that it doesn't belong there in the environment. So I think a lot of the tricks are just making something that fits the style of your game, whether that's something visual or maybe, like I said, if maybe a dialogue line or something else. Like you can make a lot of different stuff that can make the player understand that they can't go there, or even make them backtrack themselves.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I remembered was of the vanishing of Ethan Carter. At the beginning, you come out through a train line, I think, and there's a whole bunch of forest around you, which doesn't look like particularly dense, but it kind of like, because the paths are so well laid that when you go through one area, you don't want to go into the forest. I don't know if that makes sense. It's always like kind of guiding you away. But if you try to go to the forest, you are blocked by invisible wall, because I could totally slip between those trees, man. I could totally like walk through that. But it's kind of saying like, nah, in this reality you don't. And the other one that always stuck with me was in Prey, you can kind of float to Earth if you want to, right? I don't think you can, but like if you go outside the ship, you can float away and keep on floating and keep on floating.
I think in that context, though, eventually they could just kill you because the atmosphere would burn you up. So that's the dead end for that, right? It's like, you shouldn't do this. Yeah. We let you float.
That's a real kill zone. That's like a. But if you did all that effort, they should do something and like, nice try, kid.
in Ethan Carter as well. Yeah, in Ethan Carter as well, the player walk speed was quite slow as well. So generally, yeah, I think with the tricks they used were, the forest didn't look very interesting. It didn't look like there was anything past the forest. The path looked much nicer, and it was a bit of a pain to walk through the forest, especially if you slowly got into dead ends and things. I think the very worst thing you can do is really call out that barrier. You should never, as a level designer, put yourself in the position where you've got to make a stupid barrier. So the worst one is like a barrel on some stairs that a child could climb over, but somehow the superhero
like a short step.
Yeah,
but that might make sense. That might make sense in your game, because if in one's game where you don't have jumping and climbing and all of that, and a simple fence can stop you from going somewhere, a barrel on the stairs can make sense. But if you're playing Uncharted and you see a barrel on the stairs and you're trying to jump over it, you can't, then you kind of start thinking, oh well, there's something else here.
Yeah, it feels cheap. So as a level designer, you should be always trying to avoid that need to just plonk something there. That's a technical term, plonking something there.
Plonking,
so if you, rather than to use an example of maybe a city environment, you shouldn't build a street which you can never have a payoff in. You shouldn't build a street that it doesn't make any sense that there's a building halfway across it blocking it, especially if you're not in a lovely post-apocalyptic environment where you can just arbitrarily collapse a building and block off a street. So
those lovely post-apocalyptic environments.
So lovely to make. the thing you should do is not make that street in the first place, and instead introduce almost a sort of porous barrier that the player goes into and then turns themselves around naturally. So almost like a maze where they just lose interest and automatically get turned around. So if you do have to have a building at the end of the street, go ahead, make it so that the player can go inside it, and then they'll walk around inside a room, maybe pick up something and go, okay, well, there's nothing for me there, and go out again. But if they come to the same building and it's just completely blank and flat and you can't go in it, it looks so out of place, and the player will just go, I can see why you put that building there. So don't call it out. Don't put yourself in a position where you have to call it out, and make a kind of porous barrier where the player just naturally turns themselves around.
And I also think these days it's kind of fun working with invisible barriers. It's not a chore anymore. I feel like it's part of the gameplay sometimes, the way that you can build your levels in a way that end interestingly, or they don't feel like they block the player from going places. They feel natural, but at the same time you can like implement maybe mechanics or like some other stuff that kind of, for example, in RDR2, I know in the opening level when you're in the mountains and it's so snowy, if you try to stray away, there's gonna be a snowstorm suddenly around you, and that doesn't allow you to leave that area. So those kind of ways, it's a whole like set piece. For example, you can make different types of like gameplay for something that should be simple. If you think about it, it's just, it's the end of the level, it's somewhere we don't want you to go. Back then we might just added invisible walls, but now it can be a fun part of the game, or even just add some detail that like a nice animation that the character plays, and it's like, oh look, I can't fall over or something, and the character plays this nice animation. Is kind of cool to look at, and that becomes something nice instead of frustrating that you can't go past that barrier.
I think that kind of gets back to like we talked about earlier on, like having that time to polish, right? You need to block the street, or you need to not let the player wander off at the end of a mission or whatever. So like if you've got that time to really, you finish the mission's pretty much locked, it's locked down. You just want to make these moments, not because basically you're trying to lock the player in a space. You don't want it to feel super like contrived or brutal to lock the player in. So creating a snowstorm is quite a nice moment. Like it's a set piece for the player to watch, for instance, instead of just this hard stop of hitting an invisible wall. And like talking about this made me think of Remember Me, which is a PS3 game that came out years ago by Dontnod. And I loved it because it was Neo Paris. The city looked amazing, but it was a very linear game. And I remember, I think I was in like a town square, and I could go off to the left, and I could go down some stairs, and you can just see this vista of Neo Paris going down these stairs. You get about 2 rungs down, and just hit an invisible wall. And I was just like, you're actually encouraging me to want to do this. But it's definitely one of the cities I would have always wanted to go back to. But yeah, it's like that's one of the examples of this that has always stuck with me. It's like, you're luring me in because this looks beautiful and I want to go here. And despite the game might be linear, you just don't have that stairway there. You close the gate at the top, have security guards.
Yeah, a balcony. A lovely ornate balcony that you could just stand at and sip a strong Parisian espresso.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
So yeah, it's just like, put anything else, if you can, anything other than the invisible collider that has no context being there, right? I think contextual blockers are probably the safest thing and easiest thing to do.
But yeah, definitely set pieces are a really cool way, not huge set pieces, but even like, for example, you're walking in the forest, like in the, like in,
Ethan
Carter. And I know that game didn't have that, but maybe let's just say you start wandering off and maybe there's like a tree falling and it blocks your way, or something happens and then the character gets scared and they start to run off in another direction, and then you move on from that. So that kind of, the developers are kind of stopping you from going places. So yeah, I think definitely like is a nice subject to like work on during game development. And I don't think it's something like, oh, they just put something there like a barrier and just forget about it. It might be actually fun to work on and implement.
I like this idea of porosity. I guess that's a new verb now. That's that I'm going to take from Rob. So we've talked about all these things, and there is a show like Desert Island Discs that if you like stranded on a desert island, you can only take certain albums or whatever. What are the tools from your level design tool bag? You don't have to be on a desert island. I mean, it could be Far Cry, but anyway, that analogy has not worked. What one tool from your level design tool bag, if I had to take all of the other ones away, would you keep? Whatever that tool bag is, whether it's a pencil, a piece of paper.
Right. Do you mean something you use to levels, or do you mean a technique you use in your levels?
Anything you want, Rob.
Okay, with a technique that I'd use in my levels, I think for me it would be letting the player plan their attack, letting the player plan their actions. So that is that first shot of the level when you come in, and ideally you see either exactly what you're meant to do, or you see a few things that you'd really like to do. So giving the player space to plan and strategize and go, right, this is how I'm going to approach this. I always give this example, so apologies if you've heard it already on a previous podcast, but in GoldenEye, a lot of the doors have windows in them. So you come to a door and you can look through the window and you can have this ridiculous James Bond, N64 James Bond sticking his head right through a window. The guards somehow don't notice, but for you it's wonderful because you can walk around the window, you can look through it, you can aim through it, you can see where all the guards are in the next room, and then you can go, right, I'm gonna even shoot this first guard through the window, and then I'm gonna burst in, I'm gonna kill this guard and this guard, and then you can go and execute that plan, and that's just a lovely feeling for the player because they've come up with that all themselves.
Jonathan, Valentina, I don't want to put you on the spotlight, but
I think
this is an interrogation.
I think for me is something we mentioned before is making the player feel smart no matter how we do that. I don't really like hand holding, so if there's any way we can either create your level or your mechanics and how they all work together to guide the player but make them feel like it's they that thought of that idea, and it's they who are doing that, and not because the developers tell them to press that button or go that way. I think making them feel smart is definitely one of my, it's not really a trick, but it's kind of my philosophy, I guess, for wanting to build levels and how to build the levels. Because I feel if we create something, if it's super linear, or if you tell a player exactly where to go and how to do things, it doesn't become a game for me. It just feels like a chore, and I want to figure things out, and I want to be part of the world, and figuring that out as the player. It doesn't have to be like puzzle related where it's difficult to think, but something that just clicks and it's like, oh, okay, I can do this, or you might not even realize that you're doing it, but you're still doing it. I think that those are the great moments that I like in levels, and I think I would love to like see more games reduce their hand holding in all the genres, just everywhere. Just remove all the button presses. Just like something that like makes it understandable that now I have to take an action, or now I can do something, and it's the player that thought of it.
Yeah, I think there's a very. I mean, I'm going to talk about Last of Us 2, so this is not a spoiler section at all. But you're playing as one character, and you're walking through this big environment with following somebody else who's obviously guiding you, because that's how it's a linear game. But if you stop, they go and start chatting to somebody, and you can then kind of interrogate until you kind of go back to them, and then they'll keep on going to where they're going. And I just noticed this tiny little mechanic of like, okay, yeah, we're not hurrying you, but you should really come over here. But we're not hurrying you, but come over here. But it's like, it was kind of very nice. It wasn't like, well, I don't have an analogy, but usually when you have
it's
this
not like the
companion
follow,
character,
just the follow command, like, oh, no,
Right.
I just have to follow them from here to here, and that's it. It's more like they are walking, they're present in their world, and they are guiding you, but they're not really literally guiding you, or like, come follow me, and we're going that way.
right? And that was really pretty. Jonathan, it's up to you. What tool in your tool bag?
I'll actually go for a tool, since we've had techniques already.
Okay,
but I
brilliant.
think as a level designer, like, I always want to have some kind of BSP editor, like in whatever
Mhm.
I work with. And it's all good having the block kit if your artist has made you all stuff like that. But for me, having BSP editors makes the iteration process on a space so much quicker. You can rapidly prototype and test something a lot faster as well. And it might be quick and dirty fixes you're making here, but at this point you're just trying to get the space to play right and feel right. And especially like Rob mentioned earlier, as soon as this is locked down and gone to art, you're probably not touching this layout again. Like, you'll be able to communicate with them. So at least this way you can bend it. And the way I like to kind of look at it is, and it very rarely happens, it's kind of like once you've done the BSP version of the geometry, you're giving it to an artist, and ideally they're just going to trace over the top of it with pretty art, right? They're not going to mess with your layout. They're not going to break anything. It's going to trace over the top of it. But I think with BSP, you get a lot closer to that because you have a little bit more creative freedom over how the custom geometry appears, rather than using a predetermined set. So it allows you to assess flow a lot quicker. It allows you to assess like pinnacles that you can get, and also even create your own custom like landmarks and stuff a lot faster as well. So yeah, it's definitely helped me a lot having that in any editor when I've worked on any projects. Even when the focus of a project might have been building a puzzle, I can quickly build puzzle pieces and test them for the prototype, and it makes it prototyping a lot quicker too.
That's epic. Thank you so much. Well, finally, you have to reveal all. What's the best kept secret in level design, I should say? Oh, actually, sorry, we've run out of time. That's it. And on that note, thank you for watching. But if you do have a secret, we have a couple of minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Breaking up.
Yeah, connection's gone, I think.
What? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on this panel for EGX Digital 2020. We have been myself, Mark Drew, Jonathan Wilson.
Me.
I don't know which way I'm pointing in. You don't know. We don't know which way I'm pointing. Rob McLaughlin and Valentina Chrysostomou. Thank you very much, and good day, good night, whatever time you're watching this. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello!
Hey everyone!
Welcome to the Daily Wrap, brought to you with Virgin Media. It's been a day of EGX Digital. We've been keeping our eye on things, and we thought we'd share some of our favourite bits with you. Welcome to the
Look
show.
at us, all assembled on a Sunday, no less. A Sunday afternoon stream. What's even happening here?
It has to be pretty important to get me out of bed on a Sunday. So
at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, at all. Just sleep right through till Monday.
Yeah, it was me and Mike today, alternately calling Andy, saying you've got to get out of bed and watch EGX Digital.
Yeah, Mike
and
was
then
doing
join us
donuts
for the
outside
Daily
my
Wrap.
house.
Yeah,
in one of his
my sports
cars.
car, in one of my
And finally, you understood how important it was for you to be part of the Daily Wrap, brought to you by Outside Xbox and Virgin Media, our sponsor.
Yeah, well, I have literally just been watching EGX content all day, so it's
we're
kind
gonna
of
talk about
worked
that.
out. Yeah.
Imminently. Before we do that, how's the chat doing?
Let's find out, yeah. How are they getting on?
I feel like we've surprised you somewhat with a Sunday afternoon.
With a Sunday stream, people aren't
EGX
used to this.
Digital,
Yeah,
people
yeah.
shocked,
Mike
and
was
then
doing
join us
donuts
for the
outside
Daily
my
Wrap.
house. Yep.
Yeah,
How are you
in one of
doing,
my
guys?
cars.
Where are you watching from?
And
We've got
finally, you
Shannon
understood
Bennett's
how
watching from
important it
South
was for you to be
Africa.
Wow,
part
that's
of the
pretty
Daily
cool.
Wrap, brought to you by
Welcome.
Outside Xbox
Joey
and
Siegel says it's
Virgin
Sunday morning
Media,
for me,
our
so
sponsor.
probably still in bed.
Yeah,
Very
well, I have
good.
literally just been watching EGX.
Channy Greco says, welcome to
content
the new
all day,
7 days a
so
week.
It's kind of worked out. Yeah. Gonna make a habit out of this,
How's
Jenny.
the chat doing? Now we've set a precedent.
Let's
Now
find out,
this
yeah.
is the
Oh,
precedent.
no.
Sunday stream. I feel like we've
The precedents we've set is starting on time with no technicals. Yeah, yeah. Mike was doing donuts outside my house.
There's still time for
Yeah.
technical
How are you doing, guys? Where are you watching from? We've got Shannon Bennett's watching from South Africa.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So basically, to look at Sunday morning thing at EGX, probably over the course
Yeah,
of the day.
well, I have literally just been watching EGX.
Channy Greco says, well,
content
the
all
new
day,
7 days a
so
week.
it's kind of worked out. Yeah. Gonna make a habit out of this, Jenny.
And then also
Now we've set a
looking forward,
precedent.
let's
Now
find out.
this is
Yeah.
the precedent. Sunday stream. I feel like we've
What
set
we've
a rule
the
now
precedents we've set is starting on time with no technicals. Yeah, yeah. We're getting the audio outside my house.
There's still time for
Yeah.
technical
How are you doing, guys? Where are you watching from? We've got Shannon.
There you go. Fixed. Yes, so let me explain that again. So we will be looking at our favourite bits of EGX Digital, the stuff that's happened there, and then we will also be looking forward to PAX Online, which is happening overnight. So there's almost 24 hours of solid gaming content happening over the next 9
Non-stop.
days.
Can't stop.
Yeah,
Won't
or
stop.
8 days. So yes, we're going to be there, giving you our highlights and things like that. There's been some cool stuff today.
I hope you
I had
slept
to
all the sleep you need, because it's going to be non-stop gaming
Yeah.
content from now until next Sunday.
Yes.
I had to say no technical difficulties, didn't I? I
You
cursed.
did,
Yeah,
and you
look
you
what you
brought a
did.
technical difficulty into life
Somehow
merely by
this is
speaking
all
it.
Andy's fault.
Somehow.
Yes. But yeah.
See, we just like to
It
keep
does.
you on your toes,
Absolutely.
viewers.
Yeah.
With a bit of nightmarish audio looping. That's our brand now at
It's
this
our
point.
whole, it's our whole
Yeah.
deal now.
Our promise to you.
So yeah, how is everyone in the chat? Let's have another quick look, and then we'll crack on with our sort of highlights of the day. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Let's do it.
All right. So let's have a look. Yeah.
Claire T-Rex says, I love the only bit of Andy's audio I could hear was him claiming no technical difficulties.
Amazing. Good.
Nice.
Well, we're
It's a bit like the tradition of the theatre where you don't say the thing you don't say about, having good luck.
About that play that you don't talk about.
Yeah, you say break a leg. So I think in future we should be like, hey, everybody, go break your leg.
Have the worst possible technical
difficulties.
What we should do is just get like super superstitious about this stuff.
Yeah.
I think that would be constructive. Anyway,
cool.
Should we jump in and talk about our favourite parts of the day here at EGX
why not?
Digital?
Why not? That's a good call. Let's do that.
Andy, what have you been watching today at the show?
Oh, well, I watched an excellent panel, which was the 20 Years of Arcane panel. So it was Dinga and Ricardo from Arcane. One of them's from Arcane Lyon, the other's from the Arcane Austin studio. They had 2 studios. And they were chatting with Johnny, our lovely DM.
Good old Johnny.
Yeah, about the history of the studio. Now, I love me some Dishonored. And I loved me some Prey. And Arcane just make really, really good games. So it was really interesting hearing them talk about the kind of how far the studio had come, the development of the games that they worked on, the stuff that they're working on in the future. And there were some really interesting sort of deep dives into some elements of the game that I hadn't really thought about before. So, like the blink ability in Dishonored. Yeah. Which is Corvo's like teleport thing that he does. That works so well in the game that you don't really think about what an absolute nightmare it must have been to sort of make it happen. And they were talking about it took them ages to come up with the concept of like placing the marker that you just dash to, and then like teleporting onto a ledge and going up, or teleporting behind someone and being able to stab them. And yeah, I'd never really thought about it before, so I found that really interesting. And I've just I've brought along a little clip of that part for us to watch. So here's that now.
When you think of Dishonored, you think of the blink ability.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the backbone of the game experience. It's the power that we give you for free at the beginning of the game, and then everything else after that is up to you. But everyone has blink basically, and so that went through probably like a dozen different incarnations before we landed on the sort of like targeted instant teleport. And even once we knew the kind of power it was going to be, even just like the amount of work it took into making it reliable and smooth for the player, so that like little tweaky things, like if you targeted the edge of a ledge, that it would auto mantle the player up onto the ledge, like things like that, just to make the experience smooth for the player. But we had early versions where it was like, you target, it was way more constrained. Like you target an AI and it puts you behind him, so that it sets you up for a backstab, right? But that didn't pass that filter that I was talking about earlier, because the scope of what you can use that ability for suddenly is way more narrow, right?
There you go. That's pretty cool stuff. I think Blink for me was what kind of differentiated Dishonored from every other game of that sort. There'd been kind of Thief and those other kind of immersive sims like Deus Ex and stuff like that. But the blink mechanic, like you say, it's one of those things you don't even really think about, but it works so well, and I use it constantly in that game.
Yeah, but like if you're trying to come up with how Rat Swarm works, that's pretty straightforward. You make a swarm of rats, they eat everyone, then they run off.
You should go and tell Arcane that it's pretty easy.
Yeah, we all know how I made a rat swarm this morning, but trying to
don't take your bins out for 3 weeks.
But yeah, Arcane's a studio that I really like, and I'm really looking forward to their upcoming game, Deathloop, as well. So.
Yes.
Do they talk any about Deathloop in that panel?
No, they're still keeping the cards close to the chest about Deathloop, but I think it helps put into perspective the games that Arcane have made over the years, and it just made me feel excited for another game from that studio, especially when it's about time looping assassins. So, yeah, I thought that was a great panel.
I think that definitely makes sense. Drawing dot to dot on Arcane games.
They're going back to the assassin thing again, so maybe, I don't know, maybe we should just keep an eye on Arcane.
It's amazing that they've been going for 20 years. Like I think their first game was Arx Fatalis. I'm sure they talk about it in the
they
panel.
talk a lot about
that.
In game development years, that's like being 1,000 years old.
Yeah,
right?
I went over to
being a studio.
Yeah, I went to
I don't think there
them
were
when they
video games back then.
No, surely not.
You know what I mean.
I went to visit them when they were doing Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. It was another game that was like kind of bog standard sort of action RPG type stuff, but it had an amazing kick ability, and you could just kick things off buildings and off.
You love a
cliffs
kick ability.
Yeah, I do love a kick ability. So
Mike's favourite kicks in gaming. That should be a thing. Is that
Yeah.
anything?
I think
can
we should
make that
we should make that video. Yeah. But I think Arcane just. Sometimes they just get a mechanic and they get it so right, and it's the most memorable thing in an otherwise still brilliant game.
Yeah, like the time loop mechanic in Deathloop, which we were referencing earlier with our audio. So it was actually a clever foreshadowing of the stuff we were
What I like is how you're not drawing attention back to it right now.
Jane, what did you watch today?
I watched a bunch of stuff, but I thought in particular what I'd like to bring to the table here at the Daily Wrap, as it were, was a really interesting, really heartwarming panel called Mental Health and Tabletop, or Mental Health and Tabletop Gaming, brought to you by tabletop aficionados, mental health advocates, Ronnie, Johnny, and Maya George. That's our Johnny Chiodini again, one of the
hardest working man at EGX.
At EGX Digital. Yes, he is working very, very hard. But it's a really, really interesting panel. Obviously, you can catch it on Catch Up, and I encourage you to. I thoroughly recommend that you do that. It covers a lot of stuff, so I don't want to try and boil it down for you here, but some really interesting. Some really fluent discussion of how tabletop role-playing can kind of intersect with all these sort of therapy-adjacent benefits. I mean, Ronnie brought up a point about how there are certain cognitive behavioural therapy exercises, acronyms, that align with some of the ways in which you play a game like Dungeons and Dragons. And so I've always been aware of a sort of general social benefit to playing these kind of games, but for them to really dig into the idea of these are specific ways in which being involved in tabletop games, not just role-playing games, but tabletop games as a whole, might benefit people, might help with kind of self-discovery, create these collaborative, constructive spaces, and it all sounded really good, and it made me feel good about playing tabletop games. I might be doing myself some good at the same time, which is always a nice thing to be told about something you were planning on doing anyway. No, it was really, really interesting. Definitely worth checking out. And I brought a clip along, in fact, and I didn't just choose it because there is a reference to Oxventure, our D&D group in it. But thank you for that anyway. Here's the clip.
It's about breaking those biases that people have, and that's why things, again, linking back to Oxventure, or for example Critical Role, which has had a massive effect on how people view these games. And it's very, very important, because these communities could be the thing that literally makes people play it, and like you said, people being oh, I can do this, and that's important, because otherwise people won't do it, and then they won't find something that's good for them, which may benefit their mental health, which also may make them find friends, which is also important, and learn things about themselves and what they want to do. So it stops that link from being severed for a lot of people.
There you go.
It's a lovely bunch of people.
I caught the reference. Yeah, very nice of them to mention us in their panel. But yeah, I think you're right. Certainly with the lockdown, which has been, I suppose, trying for mental health just in general, I've really enjoyed our tabletop sessions that we've been doing. And I think for me, it's quite nice to, in a kind of monotonous, very routine kind of environment like lockdown, it's kind of nice to inhabit another world and another kind of personality almost within tabletop. And I think that's been...
There's also a bit in the panel where Ronnie talks about painting miniatures and mindfulness. Which I thought was really excellent, because you think of mindfulness and you think of meditation is really difficult and concentrating on things is hard. But if you're the sort that loves to paint miniatures, you might find that same kind of focus in
it's like a
painting
Zen garden.
Miniatures.
Yeah,
like a Zen garden, exactly.
To have fights.
But at the end of it, you get a really rad painted miniature. Yeah,
right.
So
Good.
it was very affirming to have smart people talk about how mental health and tabletop gaming can really enhance each other, I suppose. That's probably not the right way to put it. But yeah, do go check out that panel. You can catch it on VOD, on Catch Up.
I hope Johnny gets to have a nap.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah.
I hope he's napping right now. If he's not streaming right now, which I hope he's not, because we're streaming right now, Johnny. I hope you're napping right now, Johnny.
He had a pretty good nap on Friday, I saw on his Twitter. So.
Oh yeah, he's been planning that one for about 2 weeks, from what I can
I
tell.
think it's inspired. It is genius. It is genius level moves from Johnny Chiodini to announce that you're going to have a nap, that you plan to have a nap, because then you've committed it. You know, you've announced it to the universe
But Jane,
you're going to have a strategic nap.
I
And then
put
you
it
have
to you
do
that your enemies know you're vulnerable, though.
Oh no! Yeah, but see, it works for Johnny because Johnny has no enemies.
That's true. He's a very,
If
very
you're
nice
the world's
guy.
most beloved DM, then who's going to attack you while you nap? No one.
All right. Well, I watched
What
something
have
as
you
well.
been watching, Mike?
So I watched a panel called Level Design Secrets, which I thought was very, very interesting.
Intriguing.
It featured someone who
Not
works in the
secrets
Chinese
anymore, are
room. And someone who works for Hangar 13, who is working on the new Mafia remake,
The
which
remaster.
I'm very excited about.
Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
the new definitive edition or whatever they're calling it.
What were
and
their secrets? Oh, sorry,
Well,
there was
so-
another panelist.
No, and Valentina is a lady who works
Say
on
the
Red Dead
game.
Redemption 2.
Say the yes. Thank you. Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yay!
There we go.
So these are all very interesting people. For a start, I think it what was quite instructive was like what a level designer actually does these days, because it previously was sort of a person who would build a load of corridors and stick them together. But actually, what they do now is that they
Whoa,
tend to
roasting early games.
Just roasting them to
not,
their face.
not my words, the words of the panel.
Oh, okay, fine.
But now they
As a
tend to
quote.
kind of block it out, so they kind of build the sort of route and the kind of flow of it, and then they hand it over to the artist, and then they're not really allowed to touch it after that, and they get it back for sort of scripting and things like that. But
Okay.
there's some really interesting things like discussions about how you deal with players trying to escape the game world in like a natural way. So one of the tricks, which I'm now going to be completely aware of the whole time, that's probably
What is
going to
it?
ruin
Tell
video
us.
games for me,
Yeah.
is that if you have, like, say, a road that you can't walk down and there's a building at the end and it's just a kind of flat texture and you can't go in the building, that feels like really pony because
Yeah.
you're sort of walking to the end.
Invisible
and you're
waist-high
like, well,
wall, I hear you.
that sort of thing, yeah.
Oh, right, no, that's
But
not the
what one of the chaps, Rob, was saying was if you let people go into the building and just give them a few rooms to kind of explore, but they get kind of turned around and come
And they
back.
realise it's boring.
Yeah, it's exactly what he said. They realise there's nothing there and it's boring. They turn around naturally and then they don't feel like they've been manipulated.
You
It
just
was
put
a
a
lot
sign
around.
up that says, "Is this what you wanted? Are you happy now?"
They
Go
turn
back
around
and play
bored
my
and
game."
angry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Go and play the game
Furious.
properly. See, this is why we don't get to design levels.
Yeah, clearly. But one thing I did really like about it was they talked a bit about horror games. So this Rob chap had worked on a couple of the Silent Hill games.
Right.
And they were saying, which I found kind of interesting, in terms of horror, the actual effectiveness of a horror level can't be like established in that kind of block out, they call it, that period where you just sort of put the level together. It only really works when you've got the art and the sound design and all that kind of stuff in there as well. So in this clip that I brought along, they're talking a bit about how with horror games they're never really sure whether it's going to be good until right at the end, which seems a very, very risky way to make video games.
Oh no, it's bad.
So this is
and this was a story I heard from Creative Assembly when they're putting together Alien Isolation. It was very difficult to do the block out and game engine until you added a lot more art and mood, because otherwise, even as a prototype, right? This is a prototype phase, and Rob might be able to tell me more, but because it was going to work or not work, and even as a prototype, as a block out, it had to have all these different elements in it for you to see if it was going to work. I mean, obviously this is a much bigger game that did work, but I'm sure there's lots of games that have or have not done that.
I think it's I'm sure there are other genres where it's also a big issue, but horror is particularly exposed to that problem in that a lot of the atmosphere and sort of player narrative that you're trying to deliver is based a lot on finished visuals and audio. And when you might play through a horror level in a block out form, and you might think it's completely missing the mark, and you find out very, very late whether you've been successful or not. And if you're lucky, you have the time, if you've made any major mistakes in how you thought the horror was going to work, you've got time to go back over your previous levels and change them.
That's also an interesting point about horror games, because you have to believe in your scares throughout the whole development because you're used to them, and you might go through them over and over again, even at the end, and not feel the actual horror of the game. But it might work on other people when they play for the first time, but for you it might just like, oh no, like I don't think this works, but it can actually work. That's why fresh eyes, I think, especially at the end of the development for a horror game, is really important.
So also the very valid point that if you've been working on a horror game for like 2 years, none of the scares work on you anymore, so you've no idea whether it's scary. You've got to bring
That's
people
for the
in.
QA testers.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
how you get through so many QA testers just dying of
They're
terror.
white as a sheet, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that one
Can I
guy's
also
squid
say,
t-shirt. That was
sidebar,
great.
I love how they all have such like artful clutter.
Yeah.
I guess that's what happens if you're a designer.
They're
All the
designed
clutter
their
in your
living
room
room.
precisely placed, yeah.
It's nice. Whereas if I didn't have a green screen, you would just see a
A
wasteland
load
of
of
terrible,
garbage, yeah.
garbage clutter.
So where can people watch these panels if they miss them and want to catch up, Mike?
That's PAXEGX.com.
Yeah,
I'm not
you'll
Mike,
be able to find
but
them
I'm
there.
jumping in there.
There's a YouTube channel as well, I believe, that these things are being posted to, so an EGX YouTube channel. So yeah, you will be able to find
EGX.
it. Before we go as well, it's not just about sort of panels.
What?
Before we move on to the next thing.
I've
It's not
been
just-
misled. I was brought here
It wouldn't be
on the
Jane,
pretext of
it wouldn't be a
Storming
games,
out.
It wouldn't be a games expo if you couldn't also play things, right? So
yes.
Be a rum sort of games expo.
Okay.
I popped over to the Coat Sync booth and downloaded the
On
demo
the virtual
for
show floor.
Fogs, which
Fogs.
is physics dogs. You will remember.
Yeah.
This is a game we've been waiting for quite a long time. And
This is an EGX fave.
yeah,
Traditional
exactly.
EGX
So
fave.
it's really nice to see it at EGX Digital. Yeah, if you head over to the CodeSync booth, you can follow the link there to download the PC demo and have a go for yourself. Get your hands on it. One stick controls each dog head on this horrifying length of dog.
Twin stick dog game. You know that genre.
Twin stick dogger.
But I mean,
how does it go to the bathroom?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Oh,
It's
okay.
horrifying. Or maybe it doesn't. It just becomes horribly impacted.
Oh
You
Yeah,
asked,
said,
Andy.
there was one phrase we said you couldn't use in today's stream,
It
Mike.
was
One
horribly
phrase.
impacted, was it? I've done
And
it
yet, here we are. You've used it twice. Anyway, if you go to PAXEGX.com, go to the show floor, check out CodeSync's booth, and you can get a demo of this game and play it for yourself and not hear Mike say dreadful things over it.
Wow.
There you go. There you go. That's
It is
that's Fogs.
extremely
Play it now.
cool and cute, though.
Yeah, and quite like even just in the demo, quite challenging to get your head around the controls. So very good stuff. Anyway,
Nice.
we thought we'd like to do something for you guys as well at home.
We give and we give and we give.
We are
we
actually giving.
can't we can't remove the phrase that Mike said from your brain.
But what we
But
can,
we can do the next best thing.
is offer
Compensation.
an exciting prize in this
Yeah.
competition. A prize that is so filled with stuff that the only name we could possibly come up with for it was Bag O' Swag. It's Bag O' Swag time. It's
O
Bag
is short
O'
for
Swag.
of, I assume.
Yeah.
And asterisk on the bag, there is no literal bag, but
What,
there
you
is
don't
a
get a
heck-
bag?
There is a
Alright.
heck of a lot of swag. I promise you this, Mike. In
Go on then, Jane,
today's
what swag
Bag O'
do we
Swag,
have?
there will be a Bag O' Swag for every daily wrap. Today's daily wraps Bag O' Swag contains 1 year of M500 broadband, brought to you
Sick.
by Virgin Media, obviously, as well as a £100 Amazon gift e-card,
Nice.
if that's a thing, for you to buy some games to play over your
Yeah.
M500 broadband. Also, in terms of physical, touchable, tangible objects, you can win the new Outside Xbox Outside Extra limited edition EGX shirt, which I think
Selling
you're
like
actually wearing.
hotcakes.
So
There we
good,
go, one of
I
these.
wore it.
Mike's
so good, I
literally
put it
wearing
on.
one of these
There
right
it is.
now.
There you go, so
yeah,
you get one
you
of those in the
one of
Bag
those.
O'
It's a hot ticket item.
Yeah, that's right. And
You're
also
gonna want
an EGX Digital logo pin, enamel pin, very collectible, as well as the mug. And what's that on your head there, Andy Farron?
This is the PAX EGX hat.
It was there all along, hiding in plain sight.
If you want to look like popular character Andy, me, you can wear
Part
this
of your
hat.
Andy
And also,
cosplay.
yeah, the underside, the brim, is the
It's
same
green, right?
as my green screen.
Oh,
so you
it's
can,
like
got
your
invisible
forehead's
head.
disappeared. Yeah.
yeah, it's good. Isn't it?
So it's got that going for it as well. Andy, you're a cap person. You like caps. How would you rate this cap?
It's a fine, sturdy cap. It's got good snap action on the snapback. And you can, if you want, you can curve the brim. I mean, or you
I
can
do
keep
do
it.
that.
You can keep
I
it
do
flat.
Kind of,
Do
yeah,
you?
there you
Oh
go.
no.
Those are
Keep it
your
flat.
options. Yeah. Great options. So how do people win this incredible bag? swag. And
There
you
is
have to be
a question.
fast,
There is a
like
question.
Virgin
Very
Media's
fine.
network. You have to be lightning fast if you want to win.
There is a question, isn't there, Jane?
There is indeed a question. To win today's Bag O Swag, you will need to go to the Virgin Media booth. That is, go to the show floor at paxegx.com. Check out the Virgin Media booth on the show floor and check out the video called Scott Amos Quickfire Questions. Scott Amos, of course, is the head of the studio at Crystal Dynamics. Crystal Dynamics being the studio that made Marvel's Avengers. From that video, you will be able to answer the question, which I think we will have on screen right now.
There it is.
According to the video, Scott Amos Quickfire Questions, what is Scott's favourite costume in Marvel's Avengers? A little hint for you here. It is a Hulk costume.
You're helping them, Jane. You're helping them too much.
I can't help but helping. I'm a real giver.
I'm a real people helper. You're probably thinking that the Hulk doesn't really wear costumes, just sort of tattered,
you would be wrong.
tattered
So
pants.
wrong. So wrong.
But-
The Hulk does wear a costume, and one of those costumes is one of Scott's. Well, is Scott's actual fave. So you can
Probably
enter
because
that
there isn't a
competition.
shirtless Thor one, because that would probably be everyone's.
Do you
favourite.
know that to be true?
I
Anyway,
don't actually know.
To enter the competition, go to paxegx.com /competition, and you only have 12 hours to enter that dang competition. You have
Because
to
it's
be
daily. It's a daily bag
lightning
of swag.
fast. Yeah, and we will be giving another bag away tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, with different prizes, slightly different prizes each time. So get involved, win yourself a bag of swag.
Yeah,
Bag
absolutely.
swag. We seem to have kicked off a curved brim versus flat brim
Oh, no.
war in
Oh
the comments.
no, so contentious. Who's winning? Tell me, chat.
I don't know.
Okay, who says what?
It's
I
got
need to know.
Active
Hang on.
camo though. So
I'm
that's pretty
seeing
sweet.
some answers in the chat, you guys. You need to go and enter the competition.
Oh no, someone is giving away the competition answers already.
Well, there you
Oh
go.
dang.
You gotta
Okay,
get- Some of them are, I mean, Santa Hulk, it seems unlikely.
No, I want to know where people stand on the flat versus curved brim. On
Hulk
the
in a
flat thing.
bikini, says Matt Berry, which I mean, I'm not sure.
Orangeable
No one
says
needs to see
hashtag
that.
team curved brim. So that's me. I'm hashtag team curved brim. Because you go like that, and then it's nice and curved instead of. It looks like a
There's-
horizon right now, Andy. You look ridiculous.
There's room for both. Like I have both
wrong.
curved brim and oh my.
But how are you
God.
supposed to balance your drinks on it when you're coming back from the bar?
It's tribalism or nothing, Andy, and
Yeah.
it's curved brim all the way.
There you go. Look, perfect. It needs to be flat.
can of
All right,
soda on
right. No, you're right. There must be peace. Let there be
Take
peace
it all back.
between hashtag team curved brim and hashtag team flat brim.
I think we've really achieved something great here today. Finally.
What have we left for the other daily wraps every day coming up
Well,
on
nothing. It's a wasteland
PAXEGX.com?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, coming up now, we've got PAX Online's going to kick off because that's
true.
how this whole thing is going to work.
Right,
Like
yeah. So-
during daytime in the UK, it's EGX digital,
Wait.
and then when
I
that
mean,
starts,
daytime on the West Coast. It's
PAX Online
PAX
kicks
Online,
off.
Yeah.
Would
Explain
you like
time
to know-
zone. Wait, explain time zones to me real quick.
So Americans
Right.
on the West Coast have only
Yeah.
just woken up, Jane, and they'll be
What?
having their brekkies and their
Oh,
glass
lucky.
of OJ and
Lucky
getting ready
them.
for another like hours and hours and hours
they'll
of.
be sitting down to a bread bowl full of clam chowder.
That's how it works.
Okay, I
so
get you now. I'm with you.
I've picked some things I thought were kind of interesting from the schedule coming up for PAX. So if you're settling in for the evening for a load more gaming content, what we have here is there's a
Yay.
panel called "Did Animal Crossing Save Our Souls?", which is 3 separate doctors talking about
Medical ones.
Yeah, mostly, but I think 2 medicals and a bonus one.
I've got a PhD in Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
So.
I think we should all have PhDs in Animal Crossing. at
Probably
this
by
point.
now, yeah. But that's about sort of gaming during the pandemic and how it's affected us, whether it's been a good thing or a bad thing, the amount of
That'll
kind of
be
gaming.
interesting. No, I'm looking forward to that one.
But you'll have to choose between that or watching
No!
on the PAX 3 Twitch channel, building a home escape room.
Well,
Like-
okay, I do definitely want to do that.
I do want to trap
Yeah.
people in my house and build an escape room in it.
Not like
Sure.
not for prisoners, Jane. For you,
Oh.
like puzzles and things.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah,
Oh,
what
well, in
you're
that
thinking
case,
of is a
pass.
no escape room. That's,
Jane's
a
oubliette.
different thing.
How to
Yeah.
build an oubliette with Jane. That's a different session.
And there's a little thing happening at about 3 a.m. UK time called
Woo!
Oxventure Live, which is us playing D&D. It's a
Yay!
speed quest.
hour-long speed quest. Can you
Hour-long speed
imagine the energy that's going to have?
Yeah.
The energy
I can't.
will be radiating. The
energy.
cursed
cannot.
energy radiating off a 3 a.m. 1
But it's
hour
a
long
lovely,
adventure.
convenient time if you're watching in the evening in the States.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
a great time
7
to
PM
have
just
dinner
after
and watch
dins
some
or-
D&D.
Lovely. So there you go. That's what's coming up on. I'm PAX,
excited for.
Twitch.
I'm going to build a giant escape room, Mike. What do you think of that?
I think it's brilliant. I'm looking forward to seeing it and hopefully escaping from it eventually.
You know what? The worst scheduling clash on the entire PAX schedule.
Yes, it's tomorrow. I know exactly
it's not
what it is.
Tonight, but it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the two panels are capturing the performances in Red Dead Redemption 2. So obviously,
right up your street.
Sounds amazing. They've got all those incredible voice actors.
Yeah.
But at the same time as that is a panel called The Infinite Storytelling Engine of Professional Wrestling.
Right. How can you refuse a panel called that, Andy?
They're tearing you apart, Andy.
don't
But
know.
here's
Could
the
they
thing.
not merge
Here's
somehow?
the gift. Here's the gift to you. You'll be able to watch both of them because you can watch one of them on catch up.
That's true. I can just
course,
VOD it later. VOD
Yeah.
it up.
Get on board.
But we'll know which one you chose to watch live.
Yeah.
Will we? Oh yeah,
Will we?
because on the
How
Daily
will you
Wrap
know?
you'll be discussing it. You'll
Yeah,
be telling us
exactly,
about it on the
yeah.
Daily Wrap.
You
We're
will.
doing the Daily Wrap on Monday.
Oh no, that's true. We're handing over.
Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We're handing over to Eurogamer tomorrow to do the Daily Wrap. And it's
Yep.
it's going to be going on all week. We're back on Tuesday, and then we're going to be here on Thursday, and then
Yep.
on Sunday again.
But you might as
gonna
well
be a
pop
lucky
over and
dip.
subscribe to Eurogamer now, so you don't miss that, and obviously be subscribed to us because we'll be back again on Tuesday. But yeah, that's
Coming
the
up-
Daily Wrap. Yeah.
Coming up tomorrow, we do have our special ticketed Oxventure Q&A at 7
Yes,
p.m.
of
UK
course.
time. Tickets
Tickets
are
are
still available, but going fast. So if you do want to come to that, there are details on our Twitter for that. We've also got a tiny URL link, which I will
tinyurl.com/oxpanel if you would like
That's
to
the
pick up a
one.
ticket to our ticketed Q&A special Oxventure session tomorrow, in which you can ask us anything you like within
Yeah.
reason. No,
Like-
not within reason. Anything you like.
come in and ask us about hat brims, maybe.
No, don't
Get
ask
everyone
me about
else's
hat
take
brims.
on
Let's
it.
not start that again.
Now, I
but
tell you,
yeah.
if you want to get into fedoras, and we're talking about a snap brim kind of up
No.
or down, then
No,
I mean
I don't.
that's again a whole different kettle.
No.
of
It's going to be
things.
90 minutes of hat talk from Andy. If
talk
that's your bag, then get involved,
Roll on
everybody.
up. It's going to be a great time.
Look at the last few sort of comments and things.
Yes, please.
Twiggenut says, "Are you guys doing your weekly streams this week, or are we all EGX this week?" There will be other streams as well, but yeah, there'll be several daily wraps. We're doing 4 of them, I believe, over the next week
Yeah.
or so.
I'll still be doing
Dicebreaker will
Morgan
also
Monday
be doing
tomorrow, I
some.
think.
Yeah, Morgan Monday probably coming
This
back
time
as well.
tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, this time tomorrow, Andy will be playing Red Dead Redemption for the lot of ya. What
Yeah,
have you got
I'll be-
planned for tomorrow's Red Dead Redemption, Andy?
I might do some legendary animal hunting. I haven't really done much side questy stuff, so I thought that could be fun. And I mean, it'll definitely require a new musical intro, won't it? So
Oh,
Legendary
well, there
Bear?
you go.
Legendary
that's going to be my
Boar?
day. Don't expect much out of me tomorrow. I'm going to be writing songs.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
In the studio. Zanzibar White says, "Is there any news about the release or price of PS5, or perhaps something on Elder Scrolls 6? Nothing on Elder Scrolls 6 so far, but Sony are having a live stream, I think on Wednesday, where we should learn a bit more about the PS5, having learned quite a lot about the Xbox stuff.
Yeah, they're not
recently.
going to let the Xbox get away with that for long, right? We're going to hear about
exactly.
the PlayStation 5 price pretty dang soon.
And Nick Jeffrey has a Formula 1 update for Andy, saying that
Oh.
Gasly returned to form out first lap, Andy.
There you go.
No,
So
Gasly.
crashed on the first lap, there you go.
Told you
All
he
right.
wouldn't last.
He'll be back. Gasly will be back. Don't you worry.
Stronger than ever.
You can't keep Gasly down.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us for this first daily wrap at EGX and PAX. Thank you to Virgin Media for powering the daily wrap, and we will
Don't forget to enter the competition to win the Bago swag as well. 'Cause
enter the competition for the Bago
it's
swag.
good.
Good stuff in there. Come back tomorrow on Eurogamer's YouTube channel for more daily wrap from those guys. See what those guys have picked for their favourite panels of the day, and we will see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Pew pew. Bag of swag. Get.